I'm Ed Donahue. Military police and state police are stopping people from driving because of all the snow in Buffalo, New York. More than 30 people are reported to have died in the region because of the storm.
Erie County reports most of those deaths in Buffalo. Executive Mark Poloncarz says 100 military police are being brought in along with state police.
It will start being situated at entrances to the city of Buffalo as well as major intersections, not allowing people to get through.
He says too many people are ignoring the driving ban in Buffalo, making it difficult, if not impossible, for emergency vehicles.
People are trying to drive around in little Honda Civics.
Poloncarz says at the height of the storm, when snow was 4 feet and drifts were even higher, emergency crews could not reach some in need. There were resulting deaths, many found in cars and snowbanks. Meanwhile, President Biden has approved an emergency declaration clearing the way for federal disaster funding. Julie Walker, New York.
The Department of Transportation says it will look into flight cancellations by Southwest Airlines that have left travelers stranded at airports across the country. More than 60% of Southwest flights have been canceled today. Adonis Barber has been at the Kansas City airport since Saturday.
The weather's been so bad on that side of the state. There's nothing moved out our end.
A Southwest spokesman says cancellations snowballed as the storm moved from the east to the west, leaving flight crews and planes out of place. The co-leader of a plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, has been sentenced to 16 years in prison. Adam Fox's sentence is the longest of anyone convicted in the plot so far. It's significantly shorter than the life sentence prosecutors wanted. Pennsylvania's top elections official fully certified results from the November vote late last week after recount petitions in some counties had delayed the process. The final tally was issued less than 2 weeks before members of Congress and state lawmakers in Pennsylvania are due to be sworn in. This is AP News. On average, 10 women or girls are killed every day in Mexico because of their gender.
Monica Citali Diaz disappeared on her way to work on November the 3rd. Her body was found 6 days later on the side of the road. Diaz's sister, Maciel Olvera, found herself looking at images of her own sister's body as photos began circulating of the latest dumped victim. I didn't see her face, but I know her. Those were her little legs. It was my baby. It was my sister who was there, thrown away like garbage. Diaz's murder is one of many in Mexico State, the femicide capital of Mexico. From January to November, there were over 130 femicides in Mexico State alone. I'm Karen Chamas.
Mexico saw more than 1,000 femicides last year, second only to Brazil in Latin America. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
This is 8:20 a.m. WCPT Willow Springs and streaming worldwide at WCPT820.com. We are Chicago's progressive talk, where facts matter. Now, your WCPT 820 Chicago traffic update.
Good afternoon. Outbound Edens, Montrose to Lake Cook, looking good at 14 minutes. No delays there. On the inbound Edens, Lake Cook to Montrose, 25. And there's solid traffic outbound between Cicero and Montrose. Kennedy outbound from the Byrne interchange to O'Hare, 28 minutes, 45 on the inbound. There's stop and go outbound between the Byrne interchange and Division. Outbound Eisenhower from the old post office to Wolf, 22 minutes, 27 on the inbound. Stevenson outbound from DuSable Lakeshore Drive to I-355, 29 minutes, 27 heading in the other direction. Southbound DuSable Lakeshore Drive from Hollywood to Monroe, 14 minutes. The northbound is 16. There is an accident. Right lane is blocked. Stop and go from Roosevelt Road. That's on... that's traffic on WCPT.
Gift yourself great sleep during Mattress Firm's Dream December sale. For a queen price.
Fear not.
For a queen.
You don't have to send ads my way or any of that stuff, by the way, just so you know.
$700.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't need to hear the audio from it.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive.
Quite frankly, I get most of my news from you.
Joan Esposito.
Y'all ready for this?
On WCPT 820.
Well, welcome to the show. I'm not Joan Esposito. I'm Hal Sparks, and I'm filling in for Joan as she's taking much-needed vacation days. Today and tomorrow, I'll be with you. Also, just as a heads up, my dear friend Philip Ittner, who has been reporting on my live stream and my Saturday show on WCPT from Ukraine, I'm hoping will be able to join us tomorrow during this fill-in period as I fill in for Joan, and perhaps introduce him to a whole new group of people if you don't listen on Saturdays or watch my live stream, which, and quite frankly, I don't know what's wrong with you if you don't. At some point, it's online. I'm at infotainmentwars.com. You can watch or listen at your leisure anytime you want. Also, this show and tomorrow's show will also have calls, 773-763-9278. And Lord knows there's plenty of news to cover. I started going through today what I might talk about as we're filling in, and we are drinking from a news fire hose right now. Now, if we, point of order, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to start with the most sublime and the most ridiculous story, which is the story of the newly elected GOP Congressman George Santos, a.k.a. George Devolver Santos. I think that's how it's pronounced. Devolder. George Devolder Santos, which... interestingly enough, this gentleman used to go by George Devolder. Then he went by a hyphenated version of his name, Devolder Santos. Now he just goes by Santos. As he moved towards running as a Republican, he started accenting elements of his background, much of which it turns out isn't true. I think the funniest one, and if you're on social media at all right now, you're seeing that Jewish with a dash in the middle of it is trending on Twitter because of the newly elected GOP congressman, who in many ways exemplifies the modern Republican Party. Everything that he said he had accomplished in his life was either a total fabrication or a massive exaggeration, and his ethics and morals that he was touting as higher than his opponent are absolutely cartoonishly the opposite of his actual behavior. So I think it's hard to find the funniest part of all this. I mean, we are finding out on the first point that he was funded by a Russian oligarch, shocking, who was throwing money into his campaign early this year, previous to the primary season, and when he was saying things like Ukraine is a totalitarian regime and is not a democracy. And then once he made it through the primary, that money dried up. So he started, saying that he had relatives that had grown up in Ukraine, and now he kind of supports it. We'll see how he intends to vote if he ever gets a chance to, because it's looking increasingly like he will get sworn in and then asked to resign. One of the craziest ones, again, goes to that whole idea of he was kind of joking when he said he was Jewish. He said on multiple interviews in the last last week or so, as this story has unfolded, that he is Catholic, but because his mother's side had some Jewish people in the background, that made him Jew-ish. He's making that ish joke. It's a hack bit. It's been around for a long time, but when it's an aside between people, as one thing. When it's your part of your credentials for why you should be elected, including, by the way, since by the way he has backed away from that and said it's just a joke, even though he's apparently he proclaimed himself, quote, a proud American Jew, which is a little different than the whole slightly Jew-like Jewish kind of phraseology that he tilted towards as he got caught. Interestingly enough, in touting that, he apparently does not have Jewish grandparents, according to genealogy websites. He says they flew he says he had Jewish grandparents who fled anti-Jewish persecution in Ukraine and then Belgium during World War II. That isn't true. His maternal grandparents were both born in Brazil well before the Nazis rose to power. They were living there. Santos' mother, Fatima Alzira Caruso Horta de Volder, who died in 2016, that's a lot, shared posts with Catholic themes and images of Jesus on her Facebook page because she was a Brazilian Catholic. And that's, okay. On top of that, not only did he say he was that he was Jewish, and it was just kind of a cute aside, he said that multiple times, because of his Jewish heritage, he traveled to Israel, quote, he claimed to have been to Israel numerous times for educational, business, and leisurely trips. But reviews of his records show that no such trips. Nope, just didn't go. Not Jewish enough to even take a trip to Israel. Not that you have to be Jewish to go to Israel. It's a lovely place. It's been on my list of travel destinations for a very long time, and I'm not Jewish. Everybody should be able to visit the place, I suppose. But for the record, I know that to fly to Israel, there's the security is very tight. But at no point do you have to pretend to be Jewish. I'm just saying for the record, that's not part of their version of TSA. It's just not happening. And by the way, it isn't simply that he is claiming this heritage. He has also lied about where he went to school, what diplomas he's gotten. He was, interestingly enough, one of the reasons why he was using, and again, this guy in many ways, I think, is the perfect Republican. Completely full of beans and producing exactly the kind of product from the consumption of a lot of beans in terms of his both political rhetoric and his ideology. He had a cash handler from one of Russia's most notorious oligarchs providing him money early on in the primary season. And interestingly enough, one of the reasons why it seems that he changed his name and started shifting his name away from DeVolder to DeVolder Santos to just Santos is that and this is according to Mother Jones, for much of his professional career, which included a stint as a regional director at an alleged Ponzi scheme, the Republican used the name George DeVolder. However, as he ventured further into the world of politics, he began to increasingly use the name George DeVolder Santos or simply George Santos. He's basically using a soft, I guess, which one's the golden idol, which one's the bag of sand is up to you. But that transfer happened basically to cover his backside as he tried to run for office. Successfully, by the way. And of course, the response that the Republicans are using across the board is that, Elizabeth Warren allegedly exaggerated her Native American heritage, and therefore all bets are off. Now, I will say that for all the awful racist Pocahontas nonsense coming from Trump about Elizabeth Warren, at no point did she make up a diploma. And at no point did Elizabeth Warren change her name to hide the fact that she had been involved in a Ponzi scheme. It's kind of, as I wouldn't say that all things being equal in this circumstance is quite what's happening. This is and this is continuing to unfold, by the way, and will play out in many ways. Insofar as, I think Kevin McCarthy is counting on him as one of his votes. And so the idea that he'll be able to vote for speaker and then maybe step down quietly and get some favors from the Republican Party going forward will be amazing to watch. I've said this many times on my live stream, infotainmentwars.com. We don't have the documents. We don't need them. We've memorized everything. It's my YouTube page. Please subscribe. It helps us out. We're trying to hit 50K of actual human beings, unlike, say, Elon Musk's Twitter following, which is 70% bots. Yeah, 70%. That's talk about keeping it real. So this will continue to unfold, this little slice of it. And I have said a couple of times that the tenuous control over the House of Representatives that the Republicans are enjoying right now will collapse within 4 months, because either Santos will face a recall in his district because that's just awful, and or will step down, and they'll have to do a special election for a new representative, and Zimmerman will have another shot at taking back his district and going, "I told you so," or he'll just get in legal trouble for this because of the campaign finance aspects of where his money came from and how much he was paying into his own account and where that money that he paid into his own campaign came from, which is another, that is the actual unraveling. All the silliness about, names he called himself and diplomas he gave himself, can be sidelined in the history of U.S. politics fairly easily, but the campaign finance issues that he is possibly facing are serious charges, and therefore would probably lead to him stepping down and a new election, which, since there's a hair's breadth control in the House, there's 3 or 4 Republicans that are having either problems at home or legal issues that they're going to be facing, which very well could give control of the House back to the Democrats by the spring, which would be hilarious, and of course drive some of the folks on the right loonier, I suppose. We got to take a break. We'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. Thank you for joining me this afternoon. I will also, for those worried, continue my live stream after the show is over, as I do at my normal time at infotainmentwars.com or at twitch.tv/Hal Sparks, where you can subscribe and help me stay on the air. Or become a Patreon supporter, patreon.com/Hal Sparks. It's just my name. So easy to find. Thanks so much. We'll be back right after this. Let me know when we're at break, just so.
We're in break.
Excellent. Yeah. So if I can hear the crossfade in and out music, that'll be helpful. I just don't need to hear the ads. If that's difficult for you, just let me know, we're out, and that'll help me. Yeah.
And you're not hearing the ad right now, right?
Nope. It's all good.
Okay.
So
I turned it off.
Excellent. How was your drive into the studio today?
Mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked because I wasn't sure if you were talking to your live stream.
Yeah, no. You're the only one in the actual studio, so
okay.
So I will stick to that. Was it all right?
Yeah, no problems. We only got about an inch of snow.
Oh, okay.
And it hasn't really snowed since last Thursday. It's
been dipping down underneath the belt of cold air that usually hits Chicago, that hits Toronto as well. It's lower or something, or, it's just creating this odd gap where it's kind of comparatively Chicago's getting cute snow. Hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah, my mom in Michigan got, quite a bit, and it's been snowing every day.
That's right. Yeah. So it's like looping underneath. Belt. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the East Coast is just nuts.
Yeah, they get dumped on severely. Time after time.
Mm-hmm. And the hilarity of the guy, whoever the cop was that was being interviewed, bitching at people in Buffalo for driving in Honda Civics in the snow. I understand his frustration. He can't get an ambulance someplace because it's blocked in by people thinking they could drive through 4.5 feet of snow in a Civic.
Yeah.
Man. My mom is in. She missed her connecting flight, so I think she's in Atlanta at a hotel waiting for a flight to take her home from flying home from us for the holidays. Yeah.
Did you hear about the guy at the top of the hour in the newscast who was? I think they said he's been in an airport since Thursday.
Yeah. Yes. But he's going to I want to say he's going to Montana or something, or Bisbee. Yeah. Arizona, some weird place where, okay, well, you're not going to get money.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive.
Here we go.
Afternoon from 2 to 5 p.m. on WCPT 820.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining me. I'm Hal Sparks, filling in for Joan. She's got the day off today and tomorrow, so you'll get to listen to my dulcet tones. And also, I'm live streaming, as I always do, at infotainmentwars.com, my YouTube channel. Give it a thumbs up. Give it a like. Help us out as we grow organically. I'm not going to say the support independent media thing. It drives me crazy. Those are my two pet peeves in the world, is people at professional stand-up shows saying thanks for supporting live comedy as if it's not a service, for God's sake, and people who go support independent media when we're all alone in this world, aren't we? Okay, there now. Speaking of being kind of alone in this world, that isn't true of travelers in airports right now. Holy smokes, the number of stranded travelers coming home from the holidays is. It's curious to me that in a wintry, how do we put this, in a precipitation issue that happens mostly in the Northeast and is hitting the Northeast very bad, it is a little-known airline called Southwest that is the villain this time around, in that probably the worst response from an airline ever. The airline itself apparently saw a spike in either people calling in sick or actually being sick. Again, calling in sick, maybe you're fudging it just to have an extra day with the family or whatever. But if you're actually sick, don't get in a metal tube with other people, I would say. So that's fine. If you're actually sick, please stay home. As a matter of fact, airlines, more than almost any other industry, because you're hermetically sealed into a tube with a bunch of other people, should probably have more relaxed standards on calling in sick and more backup. But that's just me saying that. And obviously, places like Buffalo are being hit very heavily. And as we heard at the top of the hour in the news, you have the sheriff in Buffalo saying if you have a Honda Civic, you're not going to be able to drive through 3.5 feet of snow. Stop it. You're not going anywhere. Look out your window and recognize that this is Mother Nature. It's a reality. And this is likened to where I am right now in Las Vegas. We get, surprisingly enough, heavy rains. We have a monsoon season here that ebbed for a while but is flowing again. And oddly enough, because the ground is so sandy, it does not absorb the water, so it pools under bridges and the like and makes these giant ponds, which will stop a car and drown the people in it. So they have to put up signs all over the place reminding everyone, don't try to drive through the water. You're not going to make it. So I would say to everyone, listen to the weather warnings around you and take them very seriously. Have a sense of sort of stoic focus in this and go, all right, what do I have? What don't I have? Where can I go? Where can I not go? And kind of stick to those narrow confines for the time being for your own safety and the safety of others, because one of the other issues, of course, is that a stuck car in the road blocks all other traffic, including emergency response vehicles. That said, the U.S. energy system, which, by the way, is set to get its biggest upgrade, I think, in 25 years, thanks to the infrastructure bill that the Biden administration passed, is being tested rather harshly currently across the nation because of, it was already on its last legs. And had this funding not passed, had the infrastructure bill not gone through, and had the updates not been scheduled for the coming year, as bad as it is right now, the damage that's being done currently and the wear and tear that's on this system that's been building over time as we've kind of ignored it for far too long, would be even worse next year. You have compounded damage from this kind of thing. So again, adding to the Biden stack of wins is the fact that next year we can look forward to a refurbished and renewed electrical grid and natural gas pipelines and the like that can withstand this kind of weather. which is not going to stop anytime soon because we keep messing with the atmosphere. That said, there has the deep freeze will continue, and a lot of people are stuck in airports and the like. So I would suggest avoiding those areas. If you're driving in and around an airport, or you live down near O'Hare or Midway, I'd give it a wide berth for a couple of days, just because the number of vehicles driving people to and from local hotels will be gacking up the roads. Now, this is obviously the infrastructure bill and the reinforcement of our electrical grid and the like is a huge part of the Biden team's advancements since they took office. That Biden made that a priority. These are bread and butter kitchen table issues: roads, bridges, telephone lines, electrical cables, all that kind of stuff. This should be kind of your baseline understanding, like what government is meant to do. The stuff that is too big for individuals or private investment to do themselves is the very work of government. And in a big, important country like the United States, you want your government focused on making sure that this system is resilient as possible, because you can have all the nukes you'll never use all you want and think that makes you a strong country. But ultimately, if all it takes are a couple of attacks on your grid or a bad snowstorm, then how truly secure are you? Nature, human beings may pick fights, may declare wars, may invade countries, may engage in terrorism and the like, in periods of strife and through the ebb and flow of politics across the globe forever. But nature is relentless. And be it droughts and fires, as you see in the Southwest, or blanketed snow in the Northeast and throughout the Midwest, or tornadoes or hurricanes and the like. The idea that Republicans are, oddly enough, and, the Rand Pauls of the world are especially to blame in regard to this. They have some idea that nature's just something that happens to a country and you just kind of shrug it off. You don't try to help. You don't try to respond to it. Why would you? It's God's will. Until it's, of course, Florida, and in which case every Republican down there lines up at the federal trough. But when it's New Jersey, or it's something that happens in the Midwest, the very flyover states that the Republicans tout that they care about and no one else does, or the Democrats don't care about, ultimately, if you're looking to the voting records of who denies support for, say, the tornado lanes in the United States, it's going to be Republicans. That said, as we go through the rest of this winter and into the spring, and then every time we turn around, there's going to be another. It's hurricane season. It's tornado season. It's and then the surprise elements: flooding, surprise snowstorms. We had, I believe, in Lake Tahoe, they had 4 to 5 feet of snow, which is great for the aquifers in California, Nevada, and Arizona. But it's certainly difficult at the time, and will cause damage, collapsed roofs, knocked over power lines, and all that stuff. That is something that should be, in theory, bipartisan and completely understood as an important function of government, more than any other thing. And yet, if you look to Republican priorities, I would like to remind everyone that there is nothing in the infrastructure bill that could not have passed during the Trump administration. There were the votes for it. Trump certainly had plenty of practice signing his weird EKG-looking signature on everything, his odd, spiky, shaky signature that he was very proud of and he would hold up like a kid who'd made a clay ornament for Christmas, or a drawing of a turkey using his hand. He could have done it. There would have been bipartisan votes, Republican and Democrat. It would have passed quite easily. And yet, He never proposed it and never got one to the floor, even when they had total control. Now, there's only two reasons why that would be. The primary one would be that he either didn't want to share successes with Democrats, that bipartisanship was dead in the Trump era and could not be allowed because a certain section of the maggot base cannot be seen making deals with Democrats. You can make a deal with Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin, but you can't be seen making a deal with your fellow Americans. Or, quite frankly, that he just didn't want to. That there was something in it for him letting that part of the American system collapse. I can't imagine after his meetings with Vladimir Putin with no notes taken and complete secrecy what that might be, but we'll see. We got to take a break. We'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito on the Joan Esposito Show on WCPT Radio. WCPT820.com is the website. We'll be back right after this. Mm-hmm. Oh, Ike? Look at that. Oh, Leslie, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Is that our Ike? The Ike?
I'm not sure.
Well, I got to find out.
Yeah.
I've been worried about Ike for a long time. We used to hear from him quite regularly.
Oh, okay. I got to do traffic here.
Excellent. Just background music, it's all good. By the way, hi everybody, welcome. I'm doing an early show because I'm filling in on Joan's show. And I'll continue straight into my other show. I'll take a momentary break to reset and then roll straight into the regular broadcast, if that's okay. Back up on Tower Road. Oh, thanks, Sully. It's an old Hal Sparks Band shirt that I had in my closet. The idea is music from the heart. Get it? Yes, I'm 50. Thanks, JD. I speak from the heart.
I muted my mic for those traffic reports, so you don't have to hear me either.
Okay, excellent. And
Okay.
we did hear the sort of breaky music in between, which is totally fine.
Yeah. It's my bed under the traffic report.
Yep, no problem.
This is Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive on WCPT 820.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan, and I couldn't be happier to do it. And I have to say, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have some callers on the line. 773-763-9278 is our number at WCPT. And is it our Ike from South Carolina that's on the Ike that's with us?
It would be your Ike, Alan, man. How the hell are you?
There you are, sir. It is so good to hear your voice. I'm glad you're well, young man. It has been far too long, and I have to say there are moments over the course of the months during this the current unpleasantness we've all been through, where I've literally stopped and went, I wonder how Ike is doing. How you doing, brother?
Hey, brother, I'm hanging in there by my chinny chin. You know how it goes,
Right.
just like everybody else. You know.
Yep.
One foot in front of the other, one day after the other. Just waiting for the Department of Justice to get off of their thumbs and you know, let's get the party started. course, then again, I don't know. I probably shouldn't hold my breath. Hey, by the way, you did see where Texas asked for emergency
Yes.
approval to be able to draw power from other states, didn't you?
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's so funny. They don't want to be a part of the energy grid and the rest of the United States until they actually need it, which I don't know why that's the standard. It's like, I only want to steal food off your plate when I'm hungry. I only want to pick your pocket when I need some change for the meter. It's really weird. Texas just, but they're bootstrappers. We can't understand what it's like to be that resilient and tough.
Yeah, they're bootstrappers until they get their butts in a tight, and then they got to come running to,
That's
the
right.
rest of us to bail them out,
Yeah.
Even Elon Musk, he moved into Texas and he found out, guess what? I guess I better start putting in my battery pack to try to prop up this grid. Otherwise, I can't run the little production facility I put in
That's
down
right.
there.
That's right. And the irony is that he could have gotten all the points for being, kind of his right-wing cred points if he'd have moved it to Arizona or New Mexico, where they do have the tech infrastructure because of all the chip factories the Biden administration is helping get built there. But he didn't. He did it based on sort of the meme of Texas. And that's part of his tech problem right now. That's why Tesla's taking a dump right now, because he's undermined the mythology of his alleged genius, because he basically follows the kind of mythological tech trends. And we've had other people do that in history, and it never bodes well, especially when they rely on other companies to do their R&D. But anyways, go ahead. I'm just glad you're here. So yeah, go ahead.
Hey, brother. Yeah, I've been staying in touch on my end as far as catching your other shows and stuff. I see the hair growing long. I don't know what you're going to do. You're going to braid that, or what are you going to do with it? But
I'm going for total like Thor braids. Yeah, at some point.
I've been following along, but here's a dirty little secret Tesla doesn't want to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
The fact of the matter is there's this little Chinese car company called BYD. Beyond Your Dreams, my man. They've been building electric vehicles for years. And they've got a product that it'd stomp Tesla's butt if they ever let them into the American market. The only reason they're not in this American market is, guess who? Joe Biden.
Yep.
He's protecting our American market, and he's trying to give these people a chance, whether it's GM, Ford, and the rest of them. As always, supposedly we're the best and the brightest and the greatest. Well, guess what? They've got to get Ford and GM up to speed. Otherwise, BYD will come in here and take the entire market over.
There are two. As somebody, you know me, I've traveled to China quite a bit, and there are two issues with the Chinese electric car markets. Not the least of which is one of the reasons why the European market and the American market aren't allowing them in isn't simply just protectionism for our automakers, but because of all the tracking software that's in them, and we don't trust them because they tend to put a lot of that basically spyware in their electronics. The same reason we punted Huawei. The other one, of course, too, is that as much as Tesla's battery fires have been a problem, the same batteries are in the BYD ones, and they just don't bother to report them in China. They just burn up and people walk away. Or don't walk away, I suppose.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Just so you know, no, they're going to blade batteries. They're going to solid state. That's what
they are eventually, but they haven't gotten there yet. Everybody is.
The new one coming is the salt batteries, the sodium, the sodium batteries that don't catch fire at all. But yeah,
right.
No, I get you. But that's just another example too, where in a way Tesla's behind the curve. He bet everything he could on that new lithium. And the fact of the matter is lithium is old technology. The new stuff coming is going to be even better. But hey, listen, before we get off in the weeds too much further, because it's been a long time, everything's copacetic. I've been following you along, but there's something I've gotten to a point with all the podcasts and with all the stuff going on, and the millions of voices that are out there. It's kind of like putting a million monkeys in a room with a million typewriters. Eventually I don't know that I can bring anything new to the table, my man. Whatever I've got to say, somebody else has already thought of, and they're going to say it. It's going to get said 10 times over. So I've kind of gone a little bit mute. But for you, and you're hard to get a hold of because you're so damn popular. Yeah. Listen, give my best to the whole crew, Stephanie and all the rest of them.
I will.
Yeah, I'm still on the planet, and I will live to fight another day. How about that?
Excellent. I'm glad to hear your voice, Ike. It really is. It's a reassuring moment in my life, and I'm glad you're hanging out and you're doing your thing. And I do think, by the way, for the record, that your take on a lot of things. We had a couple of times where I would just let you take your rant and run. And a lot of us, eventually get back on, we are on the same page about a bunch of these things. And there's so many moving parts. There's so many stories that, that those infinite number of monkeys would have to type an infinite number of works by an infinite number of authors. There's so much, noise out there in some ways. So the hard part is keeping people just reflective, I think, on real life. And I think, brother, that's one of the things that, I felt like you always brought when you would call into the show is, how people are feeling on the ground and in their real experience of the day to day. You know what I mean? That's got value, even if it's not the TikTok of the DOJ or whether or not they're on the right schedule. After all, ultimately, that matters less than how people are responding to it, because we're all, the whole point is that we all get through this and end up better on the other side as best we can. And whatever path leads us there is a day-to-day struggle to find the right, stone to step on crossing the river. And so, I wanted to say, I appreciate your voice when you have it. And you might feel you're saying the same thing as other people, but you're saying it in your way. And that might be right for someone's ears that may not hear it someplace else. So that's why I think there's so much value in so many voices, yours in particular. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to chastise you for thinking less of yourself.
I appreciate it, Hal. And hey, listen, my wish for the new year, the DOJ better wake up, because if they're worried about the right wing marching, don't keep screwing around and make us lefties get out there, because we'll show you how we did it in the 60s.
I have my own theories about them, and I think the process is wind down and grind down the maggots so they don't feel like fighting when Trump finally goes down. And that seems like where we're headed, because they've all headed for the exit. He went from 65,000 person crowds to 30 to 5 to 2, and now he's doing these dinner parties at Mar-a-Lago and basically not leaving the place. That's when you can finally charge him with something, and there just won't be that many people who are willing to put their lives and their security and their futures on the line for this grifter anymore. And you have to do that because
I got you.
You might, these people, some of these people, look at January 6th. Some of these people might have taken some people with them on their way out. And those lives are worth more than our satisfaction of him being arrested 30 days earlier than he should be. That's always been my feeling about it. However long it takes. And he's miserable in the interim, by the way. He's scared to death and freaking out. As a matter of fact, after the break, because you've brought this up, after the next break, I'm going to read something from his Truth Social current flip out, that he's just screaming into a paper bag over there now. Like, it's not going anywhere. Nothing he says has any material value like it used to. He used to be able to tweet something and his followers would attack other people online. He could set these people loose. None of them are doing any of that now. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hal, I hate to tell you this, but the Epstein Johns that got away with it are still out there running around. The Department of Justice hadn't done a damn thing, so don't preach to me about how good the Department of Justice is, because I don't believe them no more.
Okay. Well, believe me, the Epstein package is an entirely separate can of worms, and I agree. That can be
thing about them Johns. They ain't done nothing about them, and they got all the evidence, and they haven't arrested a damn one of them.
Except for the main dude who, interestingly enough, never made it to trial. Curious
and
that,
Giselle,
isn't it?
Giselle's been put in a box like they did to Noriega. than the guy who killed Kennedy.
or the DC.
Prison.
Well, I hopefully she makes it further down the line than say the DC madam did, as far as being able to tell some tales. But you're absolutely right. The interesting thing about the Epstein thing is that he definitely figured out the system on how to give himself cover by, mixing and mingling in power structures where some of the people were definitely the Epstein Johns, like you would call them, who were engaged in this kind of stuff, and some weren't. And so this mix is what I think keeps the DOJ and others at bay. Not necessarily that they're afraid to go after the people who are contributing and were part of his whole endeavor and were these grotesque monsters, but the other people who are, he used as camouflage. And he and Ghislaine both talked about this openly. It's honestly, it's the same thing John Wayne Gacy did. Gacy would pal around and Ted Bundy would pal around with political heavy hitters at certain times. And it stiff-armed them taking too deep a look into him at a time. And it's been a system that's been around for a long time. And we got to not be afraid of that. And we've also got to put it in a situation where people who go, yeah, I knew that guy from these parties and these things and whatever. But once I found out this, I never set foot in a room with him again, nor should anybody. And from this point on, everybody should be able to come out and say, that person's hinky, I'm never going near him again, and not face any negative political consequences for it.
They got all the audio, They got all the video, they got all the written records. They raided those places. They got every bit of that stuff. And they know who these people are. They've got all the evidence. There's no excuse why. I don't care if it's Bill Clinton or Trump or Dershowitz or any of the rest of them. They all should have been arrested, and they still should be arrested.
I agree. I don't think anybody, and especially in my circles, that anybody implemented, that was engaged in that endeavor at all with him. You're done. I have no interest. I don't care if I used to think your politics were cool or that you did something right. At a certain point, that's a line. Yeah, that's a line. No, we shall not cross. That's it. That's the line. I don't care what you pretended to be about, what your values were.
Wall Street. Well, same way with Wall Street. DOJ, you know what? DOJ's a joke. The only DOJ that's good for is arresting people like me and you and the have-nots. The people that have, they're still out there doing the exact same things they've been doing. And Epstein absolutely proves it because they've got all the hard evidence. They raided every one of those places.
Of whatever's left too. That's the other thing too is. Previous to the raids, what was actually there? What did they cleared out? What did they, and we may never know. Hopefully we will at some point. But if you look at something like Sam Bankman-Fried, the guy who headed FTX, which was this ginormous crypto Ponzi thing that ripped off everyone, that guy's going to jail. And again, it's a tipping point. And hopefully going forward, we're establishing that there aren't.
What they're going to get you.
They're what? Sorry.
They go ripping off rich people. They come and get you.
Right. Well, the Bitcoin stuff was millions of small Bitcoin suckers. Period. So beyond there were definitely big institutional investors, but because of Coinbase, you had a lot of it was kind of like Robinhood or those apps where you could trade in Bitcoin. He was leveraging small Bitcoin investments on much larger things. So even though, yes, there are big investors that were involved in this and it's part of what drew the attention, it was the mass of regular Bitcoin idiots, because I think it's garbage. I mean, don't get me started on crypto, but that's where most of the money engaged in that fraud came from. And so, and again, that story is continuing to unfold as well. So hopefully, again, it does matter who's in there. It does matter who runs things. And I think maybe Merrick Garland would have made a better SCOTUS than a DOJ head. And it seems like a revenge seating against Trump to put him in that position. And I think most of us like the idea of Glenn Kirshner being in there. But in the interim, I do think that pacing yourself on getting these huge people, because you only get one shot, you only get one chance to swing at them. And if you miss, they get they're scot-free. And those people have the resources to fight this stuff. So it can be painstaking, but that's true when you go after any rich defendant, period. I mean, look how long OJ took. If like wealth and fame makes it harder to catch anybody, and these guys know it. We're over the break because I wanted to talk to you. I appreciate you calling in, brother, and we are absolutely on the same page as far as getting these dudes. You're absolutely right, and take care of yourself. And I look forward to talking to you again soon. Yeah, be well. Okay, we'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito, and I'll be right back. Infotainmentwars.com.
This is a pretty short break, about 90 seconds.
Cool. Scott Ward, fingerprint and iris mark of the beast. What? Nah, it's just another way of identifying people for real. You can't be born with the mark of the beast. Anybody's just your own eyeball and your own fingerprints are not the mark of Satan. Maybe your belly button is, because Adam and Eve had to have babies the new fashioned way, I guess, at that point to them, through sex and pain. So the mark of the beast would be belly buttons, I suppose. But like other ways of like absolutely identifying who you are is like we're just getting better at it. Just talking to somebody in the chat about that, by the way. Bring that up, and I'll put you guys in here. I'll make sure that CPT's in there. Good. Okay. Cool. Can't wait till Musk takes off to Mars. That's not going to happen. I'm guessing we're going to have one of the, it's going to be one of these things where we discover that one of the moons of Saturn would be of Neptune would be a better landing point, even though it's cool.
Here we go.
Thank you.
This is Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive on WCPT 820.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Hal Sparks, filling in for Joan today. And one of the pieces of news that's happening as we speak is Tesla. First of all, let's be abundantly clear. The Tesla stock is overvalued currently, even as it has crashed. There is nothing in Tesla stock that points to a genuine valuation of over $200 a share for what it contributes and what it's going to develop as a car company over time. Look at the stocks of all the other car companies that produce lots of vehicles, are all over the world, are constantly innovating and constantly growing their market share and yada, yada. And none of them have anywhere close to that. Tesla itself as a company, one of the primary ways that Tesla makes its money is carbon credits. Because it makes electric cars, it can sell its carbon credits to big polluters, for big money. And that, in some periods, has actually been the majority of its profits. Right now, you've got them lowering the cost of their cars. Even though, early on, Musk said no rebates, no cutting the cost of the car, no advertising, none of that stuff. They have dropped the cost of the car $7,500, stacked on top of, by the way, the government subsidy you get for getting an EV. So he gets that kickback as well. Again, there is no Tesla without a giant U.S. government. There isn't. It doesn't exist. Without the Obama administration specifically, Tesla never would have gotten, anywhere near even being a viable car company. It was putt-putting along, making, using, a roadster frame from Lotus and putting an electric engine in it initially. He didn't invent the Tesla engine. He didn't, from an engineering standpoint, come up with any of it. There were other engineers and people who had started the company. And yet, Right now, the stock is, at last we looked, excuse me, is I think $110 a share. It has lost 2/3 of its value this year, partly because Elon Musk himself has, let's see, there it is, $111 a share. It has gone down from it's lost $8 in the last few hours. Its 52-week range, a year ago, it was worth $400 a share. The day range today is 110 to 119. It became a meme stock during COVID, and I think, believed its own hype. I think Elon Musk and everybody around it believed its hype. I know Kathy Wood did. I know she's all in on Tesla as a company, but in reality, what is it that Tesla is bringing to the table? Genuinely, that other companies aren't working on equally or aren't pushing for. The only thing that Tesla has been pushing for over everyone else is automatic driving, is auto driving. And that's ridiculous. If you'll recall, I believe it was in 2017 when Elon Musk said within 2 years, it might have even been before, it might have been 2015, and it was by 2017, the Tesla cars would all have auto drive, and that at night, when you were sleeping, your car would roam the countryside picking up passengers and taking them places and making you $30,000 a year. That never happened. And every company that is involved in these things is dialing back their auto drive features, largely because one of the reasons Americans drive cars is because they want to drive a car. If they wanted auto drive, they'll get in a train if it's available. And it's this weird thing of like, well, if we can't have a bullet train or we can't have regular trains everywhere, maybe my car will act like a train and I can just stay on my phone the whole time. There simply is currently no market for it. And even the self-correcting aspects of a car where if it feels like you're drifting too close to the center line or something, some rental cars will do that. You can feel it move the wheel, is so spooky just with that minor adjustment that it scares most people off the idea of having one in the first place. It will be a long time, if ever, where auto drive itself will be one of the primary reasons why anyone buys a car. So the idea that that's where they chose to innovate in and of itself is, again, looking into the future and choosing the wrong brass ring to chase or reach for. None of this, and again, as Ike was bringing up, a lot of them, we're switching to solid state batteries or salt batteries, or eventually we'll get to the carbon-14 nuclear diamond batteries with the synthesized diamonds and carbon-14 that's made anytime you run a coal fire, a coal plant. That you wrap that carbon-14 in a diamond casing, it's practically indestructible, and it produces energy forever. If they can ratchet it up to the point where it can produce enough where you can lay these things in cells next to each other, then you never charge a vehicle. They would last. The last I looked, the projection was 26,000 years. These batteries produce energy. Now, right now, they're very small. But that means they'll start showing up very soon. This is the first year they were commercially viable, that a nuclear diamond battery can start showing up in super small electronics, the kind of stuff we take for granted, like Apple AirTags and small toys and the like, which means the toy never. Can you imagine, after just going through Christmas, imagine a Christmas where batteries not included is an old movie with Hume Cronin and not an actual thing you have to deal with. So we are moving into, and never mind the possibility of the advances in nuclear fusion that just happened, and now it's a matter of just building on the discovery that was made a couple of weeks ago in nuclear fusion here in the United States, that gets to a point where you no longer need to pull resources from the ground. You no longer have to suck oil out of the ground or dig up coal to produce energy. And there is no waste produced in the environment. We may not be there fully yet, but that's where we're headed. And the exponential growth in these technologies is going to make the world in the next decade, in our experience, nearly unidentifiable. Like it will be as strange a world as it would be to give an Apple iPhone 14 Pro Max to someone who was alive during the Civil War and explaining it to them. So the idea that we got to take a break, but the idea that somehow we're going to be stuck powering engines with gas and coal and all that, even a decade from now, is an absurdity. And the quicker we get there, the healthier it'll be for all of us. We'll be back right after this, after the news. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. We'll see you in a few minutes. This was, I remember this story. This was hilarious. I think this is what he was talking about, what Ike was talking about.
The whole world is... The stock market is being destroyed. The U.S. dollar isn't worth crap. Blah, 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 blah.
Eich. And hi, chat room. Hold on one second. I'll bring you guys up. And hold on. Yay. Hold on. Let's see. Where are the... Okay. 109.10. Oh shit. Here's the issue with Tesla. I'll re-up it. 110.33 on here. There's probably a delay. You want to know why this is happening? Specifically, what's this company for? What's it for? Electric cars look plenty cool now. There's plenty of cool electric cars now. So, why is it special? What is it doing that everybody else isn't doing? And again, let's see. Should we look at... I don't know, what's the... Yeah. This is Ford. Ford's been around for a long time. Makes a lot of cars. The F-150, the electric one, is friggin' amazing. If I knew anything about stocks, I would say I would buy this at this point. Because it's totally a company that's worth more than that. But why in the fuck would... And again, they have way more stock available, so that's why the stock is cheaper too. It's been issuing stock for a very long time. What's their market cap? Open the 45.3 billion is how much they're worth. Its dividend yield is 5%. Yeah, there we go. There's General Motors is 33. Basically everything. All the crypto people are selling all their tech stocks. Yeah, Ford sales are down 21% year over year in February. That's because of lack of, available vehicles and blah, blah, blah. But it's down 9% over the year. It's down 46% today from 25, right? So they're all dipping down. But what is it? I'm trying to look at the volume. Yeah, 49 million. Here it is. 49 million shares are in are out there and floating. Meanwhile, how many shares of Tesla are out there? Let's see. Let's see. I'll try to do this like whoops. I can type. Hold on. There you go. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's why you guys are seeing 109.10. Look at it. Yeah. 109.19 after hours trading. So it bottomed out at 109 today. Holy shit. If it drops below 100, man, that's embarrassing. Without even the split. Now, the question is volume. 108 million shares. Twice as many shares are out there. They've just been printing shares. The P&E ratio is 36:1, and then yeah, crazy. There's no dividend yield. Sorry. Excellent. Will do, Chicago. Cool. We'll take Bob first when we come back, and then Steve from the Gold Coast right after him. If that's cool, you can let them know. They can hang out. Chicago. Hold on, I need to bring up. Yeah, here it is. Coming back in a second. Where was that one? Like, did he take it down?
Here we go.
Okay.
Take her away, huh?
Yeah, take it away. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Now, live from Chicago, filling in for Joan Esposito.
Please, Netflix, let me play Rudy Giuliani in a big, kind of bloviated Cheney suit like the one that Christian Bale wore.
Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
You can see the roots of the paranoia that Trump has in what he uses to attack everyone else and why he thinks everybody's a crook because I'm a crook. And the only difference between me and them is I don't use email, so their emails must be just full of criminality.
Hal Sparks, live, local, and progressive.
It's true. I'm here. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito, and I appreciate the honor of being able to fill in for her. She'll be back later this week, and then of course I think, if I'm not mistaken, hold on, let me check what the word on the street. Yeah, Eric Zorn is going to be filling in on Thursday, and Turi Ryder will be filling in on Friday because she's taking, because Joan gets a week off. The rest of us. They're just cracking the whip at CPT. We're all Southwest employees now. I'm kidding. So yeah, and then Patty Vasquez will be on after the show today on WCPT doing drive time. Good times all around. Now we've got some callers on the line. I think if they're still with us, can we? I think Bob is on the line, and then yeah, Bob, you there?
Bob.
Okay.
Yes, if you would get me the Dr. Sparks, room 820, please.
Yes, you're speaking to the doctor. The doctor is in, also known as Dr. Detroit, sans magic grip night glove. Anyways, go ahead.
You know, hey, while I was thinking of it, due to my great-grandmother, I'm part Norwegish.
Oh, nice. That's great.
Yeah.
Jesu nam gavitel bord spiesa dreki padatord. Just saying, that's part of grace in Norwegian. You're welcome. I just threw that in. I only did half of it because it's only half your family.
You know, the only Norwegian I know is pasta de zoom. So that's, you know. But that's,
well, you do, and you'll clean it up.
I have before, so that's
I believe you.
Nothing new. I wonder if you will do me a little favor.
Sure.
And when you are talking to Dr. Philip from Ukraine, you might tell him that the Ukrainian flag is still flapping defiantly here in the northwest corner of LaPorte County, Indiana.
Excellent.
And across the line in Porter County in Valparaiso, around my sister's house, she says there are at least 3 of them flapping defiantly.
So fans of democracy abound.
They haven't given up an inch of territory in northwest Indiana.
Okay. Good. That's a relief considering where the leanings of southern Indiana at times. So we shall see. Right. I will convey that message to Professor Phillip.
And I thank you kindly.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Let's and take care of yourself and drive safe because I think there's a relatively profound amount of snow where he is right now. And let's see. I think Steve from the Gold Coast is with us. See you around.
Yep. Yes. Hello, Hal.
Hey, Steve. How are you?
Hello. Fine. How about yourself?
I'm spectacular, but I'll get better. I'm just waiting for my mom to get home. She's caught in the travel nightmare right now. So while I'm doing the show, I'm getting constant updates on her, on the state of her standby flights.
Yeah, as an aside, if you're at an airport and your flight gets canceled, don't bother with that number to get you nowhere. Go to a gate, go to an agent. That's the way to get to where you're going.
Yes. And be nice because they'll bump you to the front because so many people are losing. They're going completely, chank on everyone. If you're familiar with the TYT host's video of him being very lovely to the Southwest people, the people on the ground. So anyways, obviously, we wanted to talk, I think you wanted to talk a little bit about one of the myriad of stories we were discussing earlier.
Yes, this idea that Tesla's this great company that's going to be, the GM of tomorrow. I mean, I'm sorry, that's just premature. I mean, yes, they managed to produce a product on a mass scale that other companies had not done up until that point. They weren't the first ones to create an electric car, obviously, but they did manage to produce it in rather significant amounts. But now everybody else is catching up. But the difference is that everybody else, from the big luxury brands in Europe, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, and Audi's is VW, and that means it's Porsche, and it's Lamborghini, and so many other things. And the American companies, they have the infrastructure, they have the dealerships, they have all of these things. And beyond that, with all due respect to people who bought a Tesla, it's not a very well-made car. They have tremendous reliability problems. And there's nothing about it that is proprietary. Unlike, say, an iPhone, I can't just knock off the iPhone and then try and sell it under a different name because it's proprietary. But there's nothing proprietary about what makes up a Tesla. So I think, yes, it's overvalued as a company, this idea that, again, that they're going to become the new GM or Ford over the next 50 years and just dominate the market for decades to come. I think it was premature thinking. And you're absolutely right with regard to a lot of the things that they're promising. I mean, there are 5 levels of autonomous driving. We're at level 2. And the only reason that it works somewhat in terms of where we are is because you test it in places like Arizona and Southern California in beautiful sunny weather where everything's perfect. And then, yes, this technology can work. I've got a BMW, 2020 BMW, and it tells me, for instance, this past snowstorm, hey, by the way, don't rely on this thing. Because now the sensors are blocked because of the snow. Any place that has less than perfect weather has a problem. Additionally, when it snows, your car is detecting the lines on the road. Well, the lines disappear in places like Chicago when it snows. So there's all sorts of problems with this. The only way I could see this being resolved, and this is the hypothetical scenario, is that it's a fully autonomous system that's controlled through the same thing that controls navigation today, where your car in real time, it's pinpoint accuracy, and therefore we know exactly where it is, and therefore you can relinquish control to some artificial intelligence.
Even still, Steve, I wonder, have you ever experienced a situation where where GPS has been slightly off because of any myriad of factors? And you look at, you're on a road and it's they've rebuilt the road, but it's still using kind of an old map, or they're diverting traffic on purpose. And so it looks like you're driving in the middle of water, or it looks like you're driving on a side road when you're actually on the highway, or vice versa. We've all experienced that kind of thing. The only thing that keeps you from driving into the lake or whatever the body of water is your own hands if the car was making a decision, because it would be, yeah. And then, of course, go ahead.
Well, and in this scenario, I mean, there would be some overarching system, some large control mechanism. And so imagine that a glitch, something happens, on a 4th of July weekend, and everybody's on the road, and all of a sudden, people who haven't driven a car in years, all of a sudden, the automatic system fails, and everybody's got that assumes that there are even steering wheels. Now, the other problem with regard to this is that the sort of fantasy world of this is one in which none of us would own cars any longer. That's the other problem with Tesla, is that if you actually create self-driving technology and we've got clean renewable energy and all this, then why in heaven's name would you bother to invest in a car? You simply call an Uber. That you can call whatever kind of one
with
you want.
No one in it.
One, middle of the road. And no one in it, exactly. And then it drops you off, and when you need it again, another one comes. You don't need a garage. You don't need insurance. You don't need a driver's license. So in many ways, this idea of what Tesla has created is going to create its own obsolescence.
So hold for a second, Steve. Hold for a second, Steve, because I want to take a break and come back if you can hang on, because I know there's still an extra point on this conversation I'd like to make with you, and I know you're not quite done yet. So hold on for a second. And let's take a quick break, and we'll come back more with Steve in the Gold Coast and on the Gold Coast, and your call 773-763-9278. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. We'll be back right after this.
Hell, I'll be right back.
You got it. Hi, chat room. I just wanted to, I haven't got a chance to talk to Steve in the Gold Coast in a long time, just like Ike, so I wanted to have him able to finish his conversation. Does your car decide to run over a pet or risk a 5% chance you'll bump your head? Exactly. Well, that's the story in the opening of iRobot, right? That the robot assesses that the kid only has a 17% chance of surviving and he's got a 42%, so it decides to save him, which, by the way, I liked iRobot. I have my issues with it, not the least of which is that I used to like the star a lot until he slapped another star that I actually like. But for the record, in the situation where he had a 42% chance of surviving and she only had a 17% chance, the computer, like in a robot, would most likely choose to save the person that could least likely save themselves. So it would have saved the little girl. It would have smashed his window and then saved the little girl and left him because he could have gotten out on his own because he's a coin flip and he'll make it.
Okay, I'm back.
Excellent. And we'll continue with Steve from the Gold Coast when we come back. If that's cool.
Okay, about 1 minute.
Mm-hmm. Okay, give me 1 second. Oh, wait, yeah, Jewish robot today? Yeah. My Honda warns me to brake and stuff real safe. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Thank you, Julie. By the way, don't forget to give a thumbs up. Helps the show reach the algorithmy things. The computer's smart. Here
we go.
Thank you. The computer god's smart.
Everyone. Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
It's true. It's true. Here I am. And we're continuing with our dear friend Steve from the Gold Coast who was calling in. And we were in mid-conversation about Tesla. Welcome back to the show, Steve. And is he there? Just make sure you can hear me before I start in on this. There's one thing. Good. There's one thing also, besides the fact that there is no Tesla without government intervention. Without the Obama administration making electric cars a priority, there is no Tesla. Like, we're not even talking about this stock going up or taking a dump in the last couple of years because it wouldn't have even charted. It would have been, a cute meme stock that maybe went to, but that's it. But I would like to say this, that, excuse me, even when we're talking about automated cars ever working, the only way you make that possible, and specifically I'm relating this to the fact that you brought up that sometimes the lines on the street don't exist because they're covered in snow or debris or whatever, that the only way you do that is if you put some sort of tracking material or RFID chip in every yellow stagger in the line, or you make some sort of readable material in the walls around roads and the off ramps and the signs themselves, that the car itself, not using GPS, not relying on a satellite system, can track in person on the street. And the only way you could ever do that is enormous government investment. Yeah, a magnet, right. James is saying, but that's something equivalent to that, right?
Right. You can see that possibly manifesting itself in terms of, an Amazon campus somewhere where, right. A bus or some sort of freight train or whatever.
Mall parking lots. Yeah.
Or say, you're the bus that takes you from the terminal to the car rental place that does the same route over and over again.
Right.
Yeah, that in the near future. But this idea of relinquishing control, family of five gets in an SUV and you just, you're going to watch movies, listen to music, or take a nap. Well, artificial intelligence does this. On the one hand, it is the only way that this will ever work. It's the whole, one of the latest things that, that's sort of akin to this is the whole flying car thing. You and I grew up with a generation of people that, we all thought the Sunday the Jetsons was actually going to happen. The reality is that in no scenario were we as individuals going to be allowed to basically fly around the skies, in our own private cars, with being sleep deprived, depressed, intoxicated, and all sorts of other things. The only way that works is if you relinquish control to artificial intelligence. But again, all the things that can go wrong with that, and this is hundreds of billions have been invested in actually producing these. People think that they are on the verge of making this viable. I don't know. Now, with regard to cars, we're at level 2 in the United States. Japan has just approved level 3, but that's still not automated autonomous driving. We're nowhere near that yet. So people just don't get ahead of yourself. But lastly, I don't know why people think that people who have a talent for one thing are automatically somehow geniuses at everything else. I mean, Ben Carson.
I blame myself.
Well,
I created that mythology single-handedly.
Oh, there you go. I mean,
Right.
Elon Musk, yeah, okay, he may have been a visionary and he might be a bright businessman. What that has to do with public policy, free speech, all of these other things that he knows nothing about, is beyond me. And I don't know why people think that, what Elon Musk thinks about these things matters, other than being able to buy. Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post. That doesn't mean Jeff Bezos knows anything about journalism. Luckily, he's had a hands-off approach on this. But,
right.
Elon Musk is actually, utilizing this giant social media company to do things that he's not remotely qualified to do. And
Right.
and that's a problem in America because we've allowed billionaires to start making decisions in outside of their realm of expertise. And it's problematic because they're buying into their own hype that they're the smartest person in the room all the time. They're not.
Well, and that's because they surround themselves with people who only tell them that. In the case of Bezos, for example, buying the Washington Post, this is something we've experienced before, like big robber barons buying newspapers back in the, in the early 20th century, for example. That wasn't that strange a thing. So he's just recreating a system that's existed before, right? Whereas the reason why I think people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, both of them, who love the smell of their own brand, both of them, the reason why they've gotten this notoriety for being somehow geniuses is that they had seed money to start with. They were already rich to begin with. Unlike Bezos, who started an online bookstore, these guys both came from money and then took that money and invested it in really the only growth industries that were popping up, which is right after the tech bubble as the new growth in tech started again. But, right after it burst, when everything was at a low point, you could invest in companies or buy into these companies as angel investors. And you knew that at some point, the government's going to, for example, in the case of Tesla, invest in electric cars. This is coming. You can tell by all the rhetoric across the world. Even if the United States doesn't, there's enough buyers in the EU to make this viable. So you can just prep for it. You can go, we're 8 years away. If we start working on it, by 8 years from now, we'll be slightly ahead of everyone else and we'll be the only game in town. That's not a new business plan. Especially, basically he's Daniel Day-Lewis in There Will Be Blood to some degree. I'm an oil man and this is my boy.
And you rightly pointed out that, that this mirrors, other innovations, in the past. The automobile industry, as we know it today, it exists because taxpayers, through public policy, funded the interstate highway system. That's what turned America into car culture, because large numbers of us moved to the suburbs, and everybody had to have a car. And guess what? GM didn't build the interstate highway system. That was your tax dollars and mine, our parents and our grandparents.
And they put the gas stations there as well. All the gas stations are subsidized, every single one of them. Again, one of the reasons why, like the primary scare point in 50s horror films was your car breaks down in the middle of nowhere because you run out of gas, because there weren't gas stations. It was range anxiety. That's what that was. That's where those movies, all of them, even Clue makes a point about that. There are so many like crazy house on a hill in the middle of nowhere because you ran out of gas stories, and they all come from the original internal combustion engine having a range because of it just being a crappy engine to start with and couldn't run very long on gasoline. And then we fixed that by putting gas stations everywhere. The government had a huge hand in that and subsidized the cost of gas for the last 70, 80, 90 years.
Oh, exactly. And I mean, that's the conundrum with regard to electric vehicles, because on the one hand, you said, okay, we want people to buy them, but they need a place to charge them. On the other hand, no one's going to build charging stations until people buy the cars. So how do you resolve that? Government subsidies. You give people an incentive to perhaps take a loss, and you write that off for 5, 10 years, whatnot, in order to build those things up. But anybody who thinks that this is going to happen absent government policy is delusional. So, I'm sorry, the free market just doesn't solve all of our problems. And
and it can't. It can't. Those are two big problems, and because they're part of a societal decision.
There's no government, there's no entity, private entity that has $1 trillion to build the interstate highway system.
Right.
For instance, that's the government to do that, and the same thing with regard to this. And then so when some of these people want to talk about the free market and extol its virtues, I mean, you go ahead and name a company, and I will tell you exactly how government policy helped to build your industry.
Yeah, the taxpayer was in on, this works, and I just need it to go a little further. That's all. Like, it's not on its own. No car company was going to, like you said, build the interstate system. And it was a symbiotic relationship between the innovation of private companies and the public at large. And by the way, some people were touting this is socialism, whatever. It's not. This is simply democratic taxation. We have taxation in this country with representation. We recognize that we want our taxes spent in a certain direction, and we elect people who talk about that and then eventually do it in theory, especially when it comes to things that are giant public works. It's not socialism. It is we all decide to go all in on this particular, the nearest technology for ourselves. We do the same MVP that the minimum viable product that companies do. It's not that different. We're out of time on this. Exactly.
This last point, the risk.
Yeah.
The risk is sometimes captured. There's a reason we don't have a mass transit system in this country. It's because the automobile industry has captured our policymakers. That's the other part of this we didn't discuss, but that's another.
Right. Yeah. Invariably, this will, the public will always have to have this, intermingling of us as a society and what business can add or take away. And it will always be a tug and pull about that because that's how innovation works. And there's nothing wrong with it. And our participation in it is simply the function of prioritizing where our taxes should go to help the most people. It is so uncomplicated in that regard and has been around forever. And the difference between how we do it and how the king used to do it is that he used to collect taxes and spend it how he liked. And you didn't have a say at all. That's the difference. Thanks so much for that. I appreciate the call. Good to talk to you again, Steve. It's nice. It's like old home week. Now, if I may, is this the time to do the live read? Is it all right for me to do the live read? I feel like it is.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Hawk Volkswagen of Joliet has been #1 volume Volkswagen dealer in Illinois for the past 6 years. If you haven't experienced Hawk Volkswagen for yourself, now is a great time. Choose from a huge selection of new Volkswagen models like Jetta, Passat, Tiguan, Atlas, and Atlas Crossport. By the way, my girlfriend used to drive one of those, and she loved it. And I'm just saying, I'm throwing that in the mix. I'm not going to tell you which one. It's up to you. Over 30 of each in stock, all the hard-to-find trim levels and colors, all are ready for immediate delivery, outstanding service selection, and a first-class experience. That's why we're #1 in Illinois. Hawks Volkswagen on Jefferson Street in Joliet, online at hawkvw.com. Claim based on 2016 through 2021 retail sales. We'll be back right after this with more of the Joan Esposito Show. I'm Hal Sparks filling in.
Okay.
Hey. Yes, it's not my good guess, Marcus. By the way, I don't do live reads on my show, so I have very little experience doing those. Thank you, Lucius. I try because it's an ad for her show, so I don't want to, Yeah. Thanks, Stevie Golding. I will. My mom is in line. This is the current state of affairs. She said, "I'm actually on board the standby plane. Woohoo! Trying to be optimistic." I said, "Yay." She said, "Spoke too soon. Now we're waiting on crew members who need to go to Lexington and work out of there." So, yeah. So they're waiting for crew to arrive so that they can get on the plane and fly the plane. I swear to God, I'm going to get my commercial pilot's license just so I can, fill in during holiday seasons. Yeah, crew members. And she's not on Southwest right now, I don't think. She was earlier, but they got a little bit lucky. Their plane was late, but the first leg, she was late on that flight. but they still went through, and it was just one plane. The rest of her flights have been on other airlines, and it's the same. Things are tough all over. Same stuff. Whoa. Coming up in a second. Yeah, CPT traffic. That's right. Yeah. This is just so I know what's
about 30
going on.
seconds.
Thank you. And do we have other callers, by the way? I think we did have one more in there somewhere.
Yeah, Robert and Ron
Weatherology,
and
weather
William are all still on the
right
line.
now. It's
Cool.
23.
There we go.
Cool.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
Hey, welcome back. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito today. I went to New Trier. I went to Second City. I started doing stand-up at Zany's. I got my Chicago bona fides. I walked to school in Winnetka. Yes, every day in weather just like this and worse. With and I was the kind of teenager who would forget to put his jeans in the dryer the night before, and would have to hope they would be just this side of damp as I was walking to school, and my pants would freeze solid, and I like a block from school, I'd start turning into the Tin Man, where you're like oil can. Chicago, I love you and I feel you. That said. Lots going on in the news, and we have a lot more callers too. 773-763-9278. A bit of breaking news before we go to the callers. South Korea has sent drones across the border into North Korea for the first time, yesterday, late last night, in an unprecedented tit-for-tat military move after Kim Jong-un's regime dispatched 5 unmanned aerial vehicles into its airspace, which stopped air traffic in Seoul because they couldn't fly planes because these drones were coming in. The exchange of drones, which briefly stopped flight from, there it is, taking off from Seoul, came as Kim opened a big meeting because he was going to set his regime's plans for the year. And they sent 5 drones across the border on Monday, the first time he's done so in more than 5 years. The first one crossed the border at 10:25 a.m., returned after flying for about 3 hours. 4 more were detected Monday afternoon, later vanished from radar. And they said one may have come into the Seoul area to possibly, take photos of the presidential office, but the defense ministry dismissed the claim. I mean, they know where everything is. It's not like you can't, at this point, it's hard to tell because they're kind of cut off from the world satellite system, except for when they borrow some of the rented views that Russia uses. So this is a major deal. Meanwhile, the other big story, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow with Philip Ittner if he can join us for the show. He'll be on my morning show. Hopefully he'll be able to come on in the afternoon when I'm filling in for Joan tomorrow. He's in Kiev right now. And one of the stories that's happening in Russia is there are runs on the banks there. Apparently, ATM machines don't have any money in them. People are not being allowed into to take their money out of banks. This is very similar to stuff we saw in China earlier this year, which has continued, by the way, never really ceased. Major stuff. And congratulations to John Depp, who got Hunter's laptop for Christmas. It doesn't exist, so we all have one. But let's take some more callers. Who do we have first up?
How about William?
How about William? Let's bring in William. William, how are
Hey,
you?
Hal,
Welcome.
William. This is William from Geneva, the big dog OC.
All right.
I just want to say, in all serious note, I just want to say, sir, you have validated and coalesced and organized so many of my personal thoughts and feelings for so many years, and I'm thankful for it, okay?
Oh, thanks. I'm glad to be of service. That's what this job is. It's a service job. Basically just let me know if you want dessert or if you just want to check. That's
No, you're hilarious and freaking smart. I tell you that. And all right, I'm going to make it quick. You got other callers on the line, and
Sure.
I just want to say, listen, you say hi to Ficus for me, all right?
Indeed. Yes, he's sorely missed. And a lot of people who listen to Jones' show don't know who he is, but they'll have to tune in. They're just going to have to meet him in person. I can't really describe him, and neither can you. I mean, he's his own man.
Let's promote this. A shout out to the chat room on YouTube. They're my peeps, Hal. These
Awesome.
dudes are my peeps.
They're a good group. I'm very proud of the group we've managed to gather on there. Even our trolls are next level, high quality. So appreciate it so much, brother, and glad to have you in here. Do you have a chat name?
I don't like William O'Connor.
Okay, great. Yeah. Hey, William O'Connor. Excellent. They're going to give you a thumbs up in there. So, anyways, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to go check it out. That'll be exciting.
Lovely. Okay, thanks so much, William. Appreciate it. All right. Look at that. See, it's nice. It's nice, and Happy New Year to you. It's nice to have some like the community gathering that we have. I have to say on my YouTube channel at infotainmentwars.com, and then of course on my Facebook page if you prefer that. The Hal Sparks page on Facebook, or if you go to twitch.tv/Hal Sparks, if you're mentally 15, it's a great place to hang out. And I will have everybody throw some emojis up to just prove that point if we can on Twitch. Don't forget to subscribe, and thank you, Shadow Woman, by the way, for the gifted subs. Bless you. And okay, who else do we have on the line? Let's get, because I know
Robert.
Robert from Florida is in there. How are you? Is he there?
I'm here.
There he is.
Gotcha.
Here.
Hey, I get the notification that you're on, so I go to Twitter, and I say, you know what, I'm on the couch. Let me see if you're on the Facebook. Not the Facebook, the YouTube channels. I go to the YouTube channel. I go, there he is. Look at this guy.
Hey,
So
I got you surrounded.
I called the radio station. I said, "Hell on today?" He's like, "Yeah." So okay. Let me see if I can get in here. And
Nice.
I want to wish you a great holiday. Although here at my house, I'm ready. I'm ripping things down already. I don't want to see Santa Claus anything anymore. Everything's gone. But
Sure, I understand. It's like at a certain point, I get empty nest syndrome when everybody left. So the decorations are just a reminder that everybody went home. It's very sad. So
yeah, like your mom's traveling today, and my sister, she came down and she's hanging out with us with her kids, and tomorrow they go back to. She's got our mother with us, so
yeah,
and that's gonna be weird. I'm doing an empty nester too.
Yep.
Matter of fact, she's right here. Say hi to Hal Sparks, guys.
Hi, Hal. I love you.
Hi.
I love you. Each one.
Thanks so much. Happy New Year, everybody. That's awesome. That's so awesome.
Yeah, I didn't call for that. I called for a couple of things. I want to say this about this Congress guy from New York State. This guy, he just gets in, he lies about everything, right?
Oh, Santos. Yeah. So Revolver Santos or whatever. Yeah, that guy.
Right. So my politics people are all on break here. So I say that to my son. I said, "What do you think of this?" He goes, "What's there to think about it?" I go, "This is the same thing Trump does." Well, why would they be upset about this?
Yep.
And it's not like we're gonna they're gonna Al Franken this guy and get him out of there. They're gonna probably give him the gavel. I don't know about the gavel, but he goes,
sure.
But this guy's leadership.
Here's why I think maybe not, and I'll tell you why. Because he was supposed to be one of their token characters. Because the Republicans tend to do a lot of tokenism. I mean, look at Walker to some degree. Like they didn't run him because he was a qualified guy that they wanted to, co-legislate with. They wanted to say, well, the Democrats ran a black guy, we'll run a black guy. It was that crass. And the same thing is kind of true of George Santos. We've got a gay Latino. This will cover a bunch of bases. He'll check boxes for us, which is what they're always accusing Democrats of doing, and not understanding that we actually do care about these folks. As opposed, even if they don't like us, we want them to we want George Santos's his current marriage, where he's married to another man, to be legal and available to him wherever he travels, whatever state he pretends to be from next. That's fine. And that's the difference. But I think they'll be happy to see him go.
No, but I think that you're right about the check boxes. I remember when the third girl marshal retired, they had to find somebody that was black and conservative, and they said, "Okay, this guy."
Yeah, Clarence Thomas, right? I think that was the idea.
Yeah, he was the first. He was the first check box, and I think he, Scalia would write his reports and say, "Okay, you say this and I say that," and that was it. Anyway, all right. I guess I'm running out of things to say, but I want to say I wish you the best. I'm looking forward to a better year next year. I think this war in Ukraine ends quick. I think I was reading what you were saying just now about the run on the banks, and they're going to be running out of parts. And contracts for oil come up at the first of the year, so you're going to see a lot of things happening.
Yep, and they don't have parts for commercial airplanes. Like you think we're having holiday problems with airplanes? We've got all the repairs and technicians that we would need necessarily to keep this going. They don't. They sent all their techs to the front to catch bullets, and they're out of any of the material support they used to get. They stole half their commercial planes. They used to lease them from from Boeing and others. They just kept them. Well, they're not going to get service parts for that. They're done.
They're not. Yeah, they like you said, they've given up their best minds to the front lines, and then they're putting that in the water. They're not doing anything. It's a scary thing though, because once Ukraine succeeds, everybody else says, "Hey, we could do this too."
Right.
And right now, Ukraine is giving them the punches that hit the brain and dizzy them up and make them think and give them pause. Now, all these other smaller states in and around the former Russia, that they're going to say, "Hey, you know what? We'll agitate a little bit, and then they're not going to come over here and stop us. They can't. They got nothing left."
Look at Kazakhstan, which was one of the sort of the butt of American jokes because of Borat. That country alone can stand on its oil and gas revenues equal to the entirety of Russia. Which is, the new leader knows that. That's why he's been distancing himself even before they invaded Ukraine. But Dagestan, the way they're standing up to him, the Chechens will be the last to go because of the Kadyrov mercenary guys that are all aligned with Putin. They're strongmen who like strongmen. But when it comes to Georgia, Georgia will go back to being a smaller, more peaceful, agrarian version of Armenia after this. They don't need the Russians for anything, and driving them out wouldn't be a big effort after they've been kneecapped by Ukraine. So Russia is staring down. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but Russia has an accord like a NATO that we have. They have an accord that they have with all these smaller principalities, or not principalities, but all these little smaller countries that if you attack one, you attack all. Right now, there's something going between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and they're supposed to help the Armenians, and they're not helping them because they can't. They can't physically get out of. And I don't understand why Joe Biden doesn't go back to the Kurds. We promised that Donald Trump walked away from and say, "Hey, what do you need? We got it. We'll help you." Because we also need to change Syria. Those people.
I would argue, in theory, more than likely they are. They're just doing it on the DL because they don't have to make a big stink of it. In many ways, like Biden sent trainers back into Somalia, for example, after Trump had taken them out to try and gut the current administration there in the face of this civil war that Russia was backing the other side. So they don't have to make a big show of it. They just announce it and move on. And it's one of these things that shows up at the DOD press conference, but it doesn't reach the level of big news because Ukraine is reaching this, level of, it's just eating the headlines when we do talk about, defense stuff overseas or this new stuff with North Korea and South Korea.
Again, I want to wish everybody listening to you the best day of a new year, and and I think it's going to get a lot better. I think it is.
You too. Hugs, I agree. Hugs all around to the fam, and we'll see it at another Sexy Liberal sometime soon when we get down there and We'll bring it to Florida. We have to at some point, just to give them what for.
I'm here. That's nice.
Love it. Okay, thanks so much for the call. We got to take a break. Yes, she's lovely. She's good people. She's upstairs with the cats right now. Anyways, much love. We're way over the break, so I got to take a break, and because this ain't my show. This is Joan Esposito's show, and I'm just, it's Joan Esposito's world, and we're just living in it. I'm Hal Sparks. I'll be back right after this. I'm trying to hit the cough button every time I cough, but I don't hit it every time. I apologize.
This is another quick break.
Cool, yeah. Okay. And how you guys doing, chat room? Say hi, sound off, good to see you.
Okay, here we go.
Cool.
This is Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive on WCPT 820.
Yeah, so there's drones flying from South Korea into North Korea for the first time ever, I think. There are bank runs in Russia. China is going to reach its peak of COVID infections sometime in late January, right before the Lunar New Year starts, which will set off yet another wave, which will spread to the rest of the country. They have largely no natural immunity, and the Sinovac does not work. Currently, crematoriums are overrun. There are lines down the street with people hand delivering the corpses of friends and loved ones to the crematoriums, and just having, and many of them, the people who are moving the bodies, sick themselves. We obviously have winter and flight issues in the United States, but on comparison to those kind of problems, we got it pretty good, folks, comparatively. Doesn't mean there aren't serious things going on here all the time, but when you're looking at the misery index in the world, it's kind of important to point out when you know you're slightly ahead of the curve in the arc of humanity, unless you're Donald Trump, in which case you just scream into the wind on your cute little would-be social network, which was basically a microblogging site for him to blather on with no real other conversations going on at all. And in this particular one, he argues, excuse me, and I quote, very interesting because until recently, the political hacks and thugs of the highly partisan January 6th Unselect Committee, he thinks calling them the Unselect Committee is a sharp barb that they shall not recover from. It's dopey. I don't know how else to describe it. It's such, considering the guy got so much credit for Crooked Hillary and Little Marco and things like that, as far as like open mic insult comics go, Unselect is pretty sad. We're seldom talking about your favorite president, me. He has to clarify, because if he allows that gap to exist, everybody will start filling in other people. As it related to the protest, in all caps, on election fraud, by the way, he means January 6th. He goes, number one, also in caps, as president, I have total immunity. No, he does not. For all the trolls and maggots and Republicans listening to the sound of my voice or watching me talk online at infotainmentwars.com, or even on Rumble, where that's mostly right-wingers together. Hi, Rumble people. No, this is the United States of America, and we may be a little lax in going after the rich and powerful in our country, but at no point do those rich and powerful people, especially when they're in elected office, have some sort of magical monarchical immunity from prosecution like like King George did or some nonsense. We fought an entire war to not live like that. We established a constitution saying we don't live like that. And secondly, I hope to God that's his defense. When he finally makes it in front of a judge or a jury or both, I hope he thinks that he's going to go just straight Nixon on this. I'm the president, and if the president does it, it is not illegal. That's essentially it. That's the argument he's trying to make. That the president can pardon anyone, including himself, and he just went. I don't know if it was it the man with two brains, where the citizen's annulment, where he can just kind of go ipso facto coitus interruptus, and he just magically pardons himself right as he walked out the door as president, or he wrote himself a pardon. I got news for you. The one person a president can't pardon is himself. And even if they tried, the moronic nature of anyone, no matter what where you are in the political spectrum, if you thought the president could pardon himself for whatever crime he commits while in office, please explain yourself to everyone else in whatever your political window is, because I have a feeling they will all dogpile on you and call you a lunatic. There is no political system that has any function whatsoever if the leader of that system solely has the power to commit whatever crimes they want and then magically pardon themselves. It's idiotic. And I don't care if he stacked the court with 13 Scalias, one for every circuit. If Trump had stacked the court like he's accusing Democrats of doing, and put nothing but absolute sycophants in, all of them to the person would deny him the ability to do that. It's infantile, it's goofy. The fact that he even types it is embarrassing. I don't know how. There are always, every time we turn around with Trump, there always seems to be some kind of last straw with his folks. Ironically, it was simply the NFTs, his stupid little Trump cards that he put out, that Don said, we got to sell something, and we can't sell anything material because everything's mortgaged, so we can't sell properties or anything. We won't get any money. We'll lose money on everything we sell. So NFTs, they're fake. We'll just make up a bunch of those. That was that of all the things. Not a man who says to his own followers, to constitutional, like Republicans who believe themselves to be forever lashed to the Constitution, who believe in the traditions of America, good old conservative American constitutional purists, Federalist Papers, blah, blah, blah. Those folks, never mind me and people who think like me, or what we like to love it, what TYT lovingly calls the Hal Sparkses of the world, the people who are right all the time. But that Trump's own followers and his own party would have people in it that would believe that the ultimate goal is for the United States is to have a president who could murder someone, shoot someone on Fifth Avenue, not only not lose any support, but he could pardon himself for it and never do any time in jail. Most of us, myself included, are still, I would say, a little. We're chafing a little bit at the Bush administration's enhanced interrogation torture schemes, which I believe were illegal and were war crimes, and members of that administration should have seen jail time for it. That still bugs me. But even those folks would never made the argument that, well, the president said it, so it's fine. That was never floated. It was that these fall within things that prescribed, and we just differ with the definition of torture So they made their argument in the wiggle room of law like any criminal defense attorney would do. But none of them went, wow, I mean, Trump, we're setting this up so people like Trump in the future can just do whatever they want and declare themselves king for a day. And just magically, it's the perfect form of Trumpian Christianity. I can confess to myself, absolve myself of my sins. And in many ways, like George Santos, it is the perfect picture of modern Republican politics. We got to take a break, hitting the news and into the last hour, where I'm filling in and trying to manage my mild tickle cough that's been chasing me for the last couple of weeks. I'm Hal Sparks, filling in for Joan Esposito. We'll be back right after this. Eventually. And of course, don't forget to subscribe, infotainmentwars.com. I think we're in break, right? Chicago? Just letting you know.
So say that again.
We're in break, right? We're good?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I wanted to, excuse me. I show chat room. Check this out. This is a dude trying to get his money out of an ATM in Russia. Give me my money.
Там денег нет! Раз, блядь.
Yeah, so leave it to... thank you, Diagram. You're absolutely right. Leave it to the Russians to be, like, use anti-gay slurs against an ATM machine to show it who's boss. I think this... I gotta say... I think the South Koreans, have a robot bill of rights. I think we're going to need it if any of these countries ever get them, because if there's going to be a robot uprising, it ain't going to be in the West. It ain't going to be in. If you ever get William Newman as a guest, he was written a lot about government tech collaboration. Cool. Thanks, Coffee Tumbler. I appreciate it. I'll look into it. Thanks, Jeff9 Cow, by the way, for showing this. I'm going to jump in here and does football stuff. And hi, chat. Yeah, it's a gay ATM, apparently. Former Republican President Donald Trump redacted tax returns will be made public on Friday. Very exciting. House Ways and Means Committee will release 6 years of Trump's tax returns in their entirety on Friday, according to CNN. Accountability Management. Okay. So Friday, come on. It's a lot. Gay TM, that's funny. Gee, I wonder why the Republicans are so mad. Can't imagine. I agree, Stereophonics. What if you were Romeo in black jeans? What if you were Heathcliff? It's no myth. What if I'm just looking for someone to dance with? I could have had such a career as a new wave singer. Because I have dulcet tones. Yeah. To ask if Tesla was car says let's see. I'm checking. Let's see. Here we come. Digga. Losses top. Tesla's stock losses, $880 billion. He could have bought with that money. He could have bought Twitter 16 times, 17 times. 17 Twitters for that price. Never mind the fact that the very people he's attacking largely online, on Twitter, are the kind of people who made Twitter a real company, made Tesla a real company, bought Teslas. Literally, he's like going after Democrats and the left who buy electric cars to court favor with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who mocks them and shoots them in campaign ads.
Take it away, Yeah, take it away. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Here we go. And now, live from Chicago, filling in for Joan Esposito.
Please, Netflix, let me play Rudy Giuliani in a big kind of bloviated Cheney suit like the one that Christian Bale wore.
Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
You can see the roots of the paranoia that Trump has in what he uses to attack everyone else and why he thinks everybody's a crook because I'm a crook. And the only difference between me and them is I don't use email, so their emails must be just full of criminality.
Hal Sparks, live, local, and progressive.
Welcome back to the show. Don't forget you can support the show by going to patreon.com/HalSparks. Patreon supporters get to bring a guest themselves and a guest for free to my stand-up shows and some of the Nerd Halen shows as we work them out because I don't like taking money out of other people's pockets. But there we go. Anyways, welcome back. Infotainmentwars.com. Don't forget to give a thumbs up to the show, like, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. I'm on your streaming service of choice, except Netflix, I suppose, and those kind of things. I will be on Hulu or something eventually, I have no doubt. But in the meantime, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, and Facebook. I'm adding things all the time. I used to even be on VK, which was the Russian site, and for some reason they kicked me off. I don't know what that is now. I felt, I suppose I did better than, say, one of the most recent Russian oligarchs who they kicked out of a window. Some people may be familiar with the fact that Ukrainians, while they are giving Russia the business, and they are definitely showing them what for, oddly enough, the Russians seem to be saying, hold my beer when it comes to killing off their own. Not only are there gunfights breaking out between the Russian military and Prigozhin's Wagner group, the Russian paramilitary organization that is named after Hitler's favorite composer, whose head has SS tattoos on his collarbone. Yeah, but remind me how the Russians are trying to denazify Ukraine. And I think we're at 35 Russian oligarchs or heads of industry have died under mysterious circumstances recently. The most recent one is Pavel Antov, who was a sausage king, not our own Chicago's Abe Froman, no, but a big moneymaker inside the country. Oddly enough, he was on a trip to India, and he fell out of a third-story window. And and it's very strange, but there was another guy that he was traveling with. That guy was found dead in the same hotel a couple of days before. So that's, and it's sad. They obviously, Russians are very clumsy. They're allergic to gravity, and there seems to be a big thing about smoking around giant gas tanks. Because there have been 3 other giant fires, not including the malls that have caught fire in Moscow, but enormous oil field or gas fields rather, and some on the military bases, even to the point where a Ukrainian drone made it all the way to the Engels base, well inside Russia, farther than the range was supposed to go even on this particular drone. And the Russians are saying it did not hit any aircraft except the ones that blew up. And it did not wreck the runway because it always had a giant hole in it. We will talk more about that, but I'm teasing tomorrow. Tomorrow, Philip Bittner hopefully will be able to join us in the afternoon. Fingers crossed for me when I fill in for Joan. And we will discuss sort of what's going on in Ukraine. And, the United States just sent $23 million to help shore up the electrical grid there. And people are like, what about our electrical grid? Yeah, we do it all the time. The problem is a lot of these states are run by Republicans, and those folks, for some reason, like to take federal funds for infrastructure and spend it on other stuff. It's why, by the way, the omnibus bill and the infrastructure bill itself, you know how Republicans they complain all the time about how many pages are in these bills. Now, we all know they're allergic to reading in general. They carry around copies of the Constitution, don't bother to read them. That said, and they always seem to skip past half of the Second Amendment. That whole well-regulated militia part, they just kind of skip past the well-regulated, which is, my goodness, would normally do a lot of heavy lifting in that particular situation. They blow that off entirely. So it's not surprising that pages and pages of documentation that require some actual effort to go through scare the living daylights out of them. But one of the other reasons why Republicans hate to do the reading on these bills and why they're so angry that there's so much detail and why these bills are so large is because we have learned from experience that if you can't just block grant money to Republicans for things like infrastructure and education because they will blow it on, I don't know, Confederate monuments, just whatever. They'll spend it they'll just patch whatever holes in their own budget that they have with it and never actually do the work that federally they have a responsibility to do, because if you want to drive through one of these states, you need that infrastructure to actually function. You need those cell towers. You need that electrical grid. You need the stoplights to actually work. You need the roads to be paved so you can get all the way through that state on your way across this fantastic country to wherever you're actually going, whether it's for the holidays or for a big move. And they tend to take that money and just spend it on whatever they want. So the bills around American expenditures that go through the House and the Senate now have a lot more language in them than they used to. And I'll give you one example. One of the big complaints that they have is that there's no money for border security, and that the money that was issued in the omnibus bill to go to legal representatives going down to help people, verify and administer asylum claims at the border, that money cannot be used for material support of the border, like building the wall or ATVs or any of that other stuff. All that stuff is in the DHS and the Customs and Border Patrol's budget. That's where that money goes. And they got a raise. There's more money in those budgets than there were last year, and just like there were in the year before. So those things are already paid for. You can't use the other spending for another task as a slush fund for stuff just because you want to ignore that, or you're worried that if you actually process these folks, they might, become valuable Americans, which is a terrifying idea, I'm sure, on their front. So they have to put stuff in the bill that says this money cannot be used for this or anything else. It is for this specifically. Republicans hate that because they want to take the federal funds and they want to use the federal funds for local purposes that don't benefit the country as a whole, because they view it as a slush fund for themselves. Now, there's a long history of this in the Republican Party. And one of the ongoing, the expenditures that went into reinforcing the wall, even extending a part of it, putting up surveillance gear around it, all the stuff that, by the way, would all be made better by the passing of comprehensive immigration reform, which would involve a more regular border experience, meaning that people, migrant workers and the like, could come in, work, go home. That it'd be a very porous back and forth on the border. We would need more, we'd have to watch for fentanyl and other things like that. And certainly, against the use of child labor, which, by the way, the only places we found child labor in the United States where there's been a big stink about it, oddly enough, anybody want to guess? Red or blue? Yeah, red states. So the building of the wall, for example, funds that Trump said Mexico was going to pay for this wall and they were going to build this wall. In the building of the wall, unlike fencing, either, concertina wire or an old-fashioned fence, where human beings can walk up a hill and physically do the work of putting a post in the ground and extending a fence, and that anybody who wants to go up that area would have to traverse really difficult terrain to get to that section of fence, so they're less likely to try and get past that point. Because of the building of the wall, access roads had to be laid on either side of the wall. So wherever it was built, because it was such a big undertaking, it was a construction site effectively. So now, thanks to Donald Trump, there are roads all along the wall on both sides that go all the way to the end of it, which was not the case when it was just fencing, for example. So the wall itself is contributing to the rise in illegal immigration at cross points. It is one of the reasons why you're hearing more about El Paso, for example. So, red alert. Do we have a red alert? In the chat room. By the way, you're watching Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide, a special addendum. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito today on WCPT, and I will be rolling straight into my regular show after this as well. If you're on Twitch, maybe think about subscribing. Twitch.tv/Hal Sparks. If you have Amazon Prime, it doesn't cost you a dime. I think we have other callers too, and I want to take a break and we'll come back and get those. 773-763-9278 is our number. We'll be back. And this is true surrender, Monkey. I will never know the pain of a hangover while still being drunk. Because I've never drank. So, not gonna. No interest. None whatsoever. I'm just a happy camper. Can somebody translate Elisa's German for me on the regular? Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. Be back from this break. Okay. I want to go in explanation of the omnibus spending. Oh, cool. Okay. So, let's see. Ted and Mike, I think, are our callers. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So let's go to Ted and then Mike. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Somebody sent me. Yeah. Whatever order they came on.
Yeah, Ted was first.
Okay, great. I'm not watching the top chat. I'm watching a cumulative chat of all of them. You'll see in the corner, see all those icons? There's Facebook and there's Twitch and there's YouTube. Twitter doesn't show up in there because it doesn't have a system in place for that. So I have to go over and check Twitter on a separate feed. And yeah, that's it. Yeah. And then of course, Rumble's just a dump. So yeah. But we're streaming over there, and that annoys all the right people. That's my goal. Worldwide put out. Nice. That's your little brother wants to be on the screen? Okay. Twitter's obsolete. It's, it has a purpose, but it slowly rumbles the future. Right. No. It's a sidecar. Yeah, I don't block anybody.
Here we go.
Okay, thank you.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Hal Sparks. 773-763-9278 is our number. We got a couple of callers on the line. Who do we have first? Chicago. Do we have...
Ted.
Ted, excellent. Excellent. Thanks, Ted. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Hal. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, great. Hey, so, as an intelligent guy, see if you track with me on this one, because, if an intelligent person, a highly intelligent person thought that it was okay for one person to make all the decisions for everybody else to tell them how to live, wouldn't that person think it should be them? Like, don't you feel that way? Hey, if I thought it was okay for just one person to make the decisions for everybody, it should be me.
I don't. I'll tell you, I in all fairness, my genuine response when you ask me that is that I believe life is too gooey for one person to even know all the working parts. And that there has to be that's arrogance, not intelligence. And an intelligent person would know the limitations of the data that they are getting from, individual lives and individual experiences, and would also be aware that everyone's, the variety of tastes that exist in the world, natural and unnatural, which are also at play at any given time, are not up to me either. So if I would never presume to choose the playlist for everyone. I can suggest things that I like, but I could never assume that your response would be you would enjoy the music or the food or the work day or maybe you hate technology and you like working with your hands, that kind of stuff. I would never presume that. I think the most intelligent person would recognize the limitations on intelligence and data. Does that make sense?
Okay, fair enough. Hey, Al, if I could make one more point, if I'm still
Sure.
in, and you're right, that's the great answer. I guess I'm being very serious on this point.
Yeah.
I heard it just one time before the election, Hal, and I bet you did too, when the president said, these young people, who saved us during the election, 45 and under the young people, he said they're the highest, most highly educated generation in our country's history. I hope people caught that, because make this link, if you would, people. Everybody talks about the student loan debt, right? So one good thing about student loan debt is it went to everybody getting educated. So
Right.
that's pretty
Yes.
darn good instead of going to some dumb thing.
You're absolutely right. The volume of student loan debt is not reflective of debt as a whole. For example, like there are a lot of people who hear debt and immediately their brain thinks credit card debt, that it is a weight, an anchor on you without worth. You've either already experienced the worth or the goods that you bought are no longer worthwhile. And education is not at all like that. And it is very much an investment. And so a lot of people who are very rich lifestyles later in life had a very expensive education. The difference is that you didn't used to be able to take out debt to do that. Only rich people had access to Harvard and the like. So now it is expensive to go to Harvard. You might take out a lot of debt, but you can get the benefits of having that kind of an education, which was impossible just a couple of decades ago, much less centuries ago. So absolutely right. That's a value added.
Keep up the great work. I
appreciate it,
keep
brother.
up the great work. Great to hear you on.
Thanks.
No
Happy New Year, Ted. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's grab, we have another caller as well, 773-763-9278. Who do we have?
Mike.
Excellent. Hey, Mike, welcome.
Hey, Hal, great show. Hey, I just wanted to compliment you
I think you framed what goes on relative to those states and the border, and the reasons why when those bills, those spending bills come out, they want it very generic so that they can manipulate how those funds are spent. You've seen it in places. I mean, look at Mississippi with the Brett Favre incident and what they do with those monies that go into a general fund, and they turn around, and a lot of it is a byproduct of, they brag on not having state taxes and things like that, but they got to find a way to spend for the necessities that they have to spend for, and that's where they take that money and they allocate it to. And in many instances, the people who need it most don't get it. And I wish others would. I had to call you because I'm like, this guy has just put this in perspective. Why aren't others looking at this in this same way? So I compliment you. I'm going to let you listen to your son.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Yeah, that's it. If anybody follows like financial crimes over the years, or even listen to a modern murder trial versus like 12 Angry Men, from not just the addition of things like DNA and the technological advancements and both the ability to use it as evidence and the doubt presented by it if it's a new piece of evidence. But look at how people thread legal fights these days. Look at how by like word by word. I mean, you go back to like Clinton and it's the definition of what is kind of concept that there's a reason why legal documents get finer and finer and finer all the time, because people who want to get around them are always looking for wiggle room. And the Republicans run like this. And I think he brought up a really great point about something like, like Mississippi, Alabama, Texas does this as well, where they give their own constituents in those states the illusion that they live free of certain taxation. And in Nevada, you have a similar thing where people actually hide. Everything's a fee. So if you don't pay for that stuff or you don't use it, you don't contribute to it, and therefore you have to backfill what the fees don't cover, especially in terms of like airlines and airports and road projects and that kind of stuff, with federal funds. And they do it by pretending that, we don't want disaster relief. They'll talk a big game, and then they'll vote for it, and then the bill, when it comes, they'll spend the money doing the thing that they don't take taxes for in the actual state. So their own constituents get to live in this like, I'm a live free or die kind of a citizen, when in reality they're just living off of everyone else. That slack that they're leaving is taken up by bigger states. And frankly, blue states, the ones that Trump is always complaining where all the crime is, are also, by the way, where all the people are. It's also where all the coffee shops are. It's also where the auto repair places are. There's more of everything in big democratic cities, including crime. And so this idea that they can isolate out one aspect of a highly populated area and then pretend that the rest of that highly populated area doesn't indeed pay for the red states. Chicago itself pays for several red states. If it wasn't for the money running through Chicago, forget New York, Miami, LA, Seattle, any of these states, Chicago itself keeps several red states and red areas, by the way, of Illinois, of course, afloat by itself. Just the amount of industry and money that flows through Chicago in the financial area and in trade and all kinds of other stuff. And what they do is they live on this illusion that they can somehow, we don't need that stuff. We don't have to pick your pocket. The taxation is theft and blah, blah. Meanwhile, they say that because they're stealing it from other states. States they don't contribute to, by the way. Unless they travel there and complain if the roads aren't mended, because a lot of the tax dollars from, say, Chicago go to mend the roads in other states. States where they're proudly not paying for that kind of stuff to show the world, to own the libs with potholes. So the same thing is true of the omnibus bill, the spending package, even the infrastructure bill. That has to be so finely written, because if you give Republicans the ability to use any money as a slush fund, they will patch the holes in their own budget with it. And they will sell their own constituents this magical idea that they live free of the federal government, that they're proud Americans who don't participate in the actual functioning federal system that we have. And I find it cartoonish, quite frankly. When it's one of the ways they always stand out, of course, is that if you look at the infrastructure bill that many Republicans are decrying, horrible, it's only 9% infrastructure, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, it passed with a lot of Republican votes because of rural broadband, because if it was left up to the market, there is no way the market would spend money putting fiber optic out into the, small towns of Montana or Iowa or even Minnesota, for that matter. That's a situation where the government at hand and the rest of the country says, hey, if I'd like to move there one day, I'd like to have internet equivalent to, the big cities so that I can continue my business. Or maybe if I want to buy a farm and have my family out in the middle of nowhere and I can do remote work, I can now do it anywhere. That idea alone is a motivating factor for this. But the Republicans wouldn't even suggest putting that in there because they know their constituents would like it. And they would have to recognize that government of the people, by the people, and for the people actually does a lot of good work. And they take it all for granted. We got to take a break. We'll be back right after this. More of your calls, 773-763-9278. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. We'll be back right after this. Mr. Bob Newell says, who doesn't have internet? A lot of people, actually, but go down to Appalachia, or the Tennessee mountain region and that kind of area. The difference is not do you have internet, but what's the quality of your internet? Because as think about hard drive space now versus 1992. Imagine if there was an area of the country where you could only buy hard drives that held 160 megabytes of data. You understand? There is a limitation on what you can do materially, business-wise, if the internet wherever you are is not up to par with everything else. Right. And can you afford it? It's a great point. But the idea is that if the government is subsidizing it so that it gets more even across the country because the connectivity of the citizenry is kind of the point, then there's still plenty of money to be made. The difference is the money isn't made by the people who, would limit who gets access to fiber optic or broadband. The money would be made by all the people who do stuff on the internet. And there's more use for the regular Americans to make their money. It's the same thing as asphalt and highways. Who do you want to make the most money? People who lay highways for a living, like literally put down the asphalt and build them, or everybody who uses a highway for every possible business or personal endeavor you could use it for. Same thing is true of the internet. It's why it's infrastructure now. Yeah, we need internet. It's not a luxury anymore. And it was created by your tax dollars to start with. It was an intranet started by the Department of Defense. It was Pentagon technology. And at some point in the, during the Clinton administration, they were having a meeting about what to do with it. And it was good old Al Gore who said, why don't we just turn it loose? Why don't we just let people use it? What people could do with it is, we can't even imagine it. So the idea that Al Gore created the internet became a joke or a meme, but he was the one in the room who understood it and suggested you turn it loose and let Americans use it for business and communication. If we only knew, right? Oh, it's been a net positive. Yeah, how about those 300 baud modems? Yeah. Jack Miller's not socialism. It isn't. It's democratic taxation. We, as constituents who pay taxes, elect people who use our taxes to do stuff. The kings collect taxes and do stuff with them. That's not socialism either. The difference is, do you have a say? So if it was socialism, you would have the U.S. Internet Company. Do you understand? And you wouldn't have a private company of any sort that you engage with for nearly anything. How smart do you think Elon Musk really is? I'd love to hear your opinion. I think he's a good bullshit artist. I think he surrounds himself with smarter people and reads just enough to keep up. I mean, you guys know that I've said for a long time, and I had an argument with him years ago about it's not artificial intelligence, it's synthetic intelligence, because it's not fake, it's made. And we should start calling it synthesized intelligence, so that if it ever does reach any level of conscious ability, it doesn't get mad at us for calling it fake. That's the music playing in the background. That's the bed music from Chicago. Will internet ever be free? Yes. Yeah, internet's just the newest highway that we paved, right? Another topic, we need to break up the police union. Never happened. No, you don't. Ooh, socialism, right, yeah. Socialism is a volleyball by political hacks. Hey, welcome back to the show. Look at hey, I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito.
Attention, everyone. Joan Esposito.
Sorry.
And progressive. Filling in today for
good energy, though.
From Chicago.
Yeah,
Comedian
I'm not flagging.
Media personality, Hal Sparks.
Welcome back. Thanks so much. 773-763-9278 is the number. I'm Hal Sparks, filling in for Joan Esposito. She's on vacation for the rest of the week, but I will be back tomorrow as well. We got one little half hour left in the show, and then I'll be rolling into my live stream that I do every day at infotainmentwars.com, at twitch.tv/Hal Sparks. If you have a teenager in your house, they can show you how to run that. On my Facebook page, if you have a grandparent in your house, they can teach you how to run that. And then on Twitter, if you have a lunatic around that lives in your basement, and I don't know, Twitter is slowly but surely becoming the Craigslist free to pick up ads that actually are a way that serial killers bait you into coming down their driveway. It's hard to even say where it's headed. I'm not sure if we have callers, but 773-763-9278 is our number. Do we have anybody on the line right now?
Yeah, Dave from Hoffman Estates.
Excellent. Okay, so Dave, welcome.
Hey, Hal.
Are you there? Hey, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, Hal. It's been a while. Hey, tomorrow I got reading a story a couple days ago. I can talk about where you mentioned about the Wagner Group. And
yes.
I read where you may ask Philip tomorrow if you could get a hold of him about where they're sending prisoners with nothing to lose to the front lines over there in that fight at eastern city of Bakhmut, and it's such a
scam. It's amazing to me. So for those that don't know, Bakhmut's kind of in the middle of the Donbass region that the Russians have been fighting for, and oddly enough, it's where the Wagner Group has largely been stationed. Everywhere else is just kind of regular military army. There's some break-off groups that failed in Kharkiv, same thing in Kherson, but they kind of keep them out of there because the guy who runs the Wagner Group is close to Vladimir Putin. And so he keeps these guys in the heat, but out of real danger. And in the Bakhmut area, the idea is that somehow he's convinced Shoigu or any of the guys in the Republican or in the Russian military, standard Freudian slip, sorry, that it's necessary to reclaim this particular area. And what they do is the Wagner Group gets paid by the kilometer when they gain ground. They don't have to give a refund when they lose it. So they have been fighting for these same pieces of ground over and over again and getting paid to do it. So it's this weird, I don't really feel bad about it because they're just bleeding Russia's coffers dry. And largely, Prigozhin, who runs the Wagner Group, is using these conscripts like you're talking about, these prison guys, because he went to prison and talked to some of them and said, you can get out and we'll take anybody who's here for sexual assault, as long as it's not for sexually assaulting another man. you can go to the front, which is very telling, considering, I mean, it's very Russian in that regard. But so the Wagner Group, named after Hitler's favorite composer, and so again, another reason not to buy the denazification nonsense.
Yeah, they're saying that that they're offering them freedom and stuff like that, and to get them deployed to the battlefield.
Freedom from this mortal coil.
They're getting chopped up left and right, and it's like, we'll kill you with a gun or we'll kill you with a knife. I mean, you're dead, but...
there's a question, you bring that up, there's a question about how many, what's the percentage killed at the front fighting the Ukrainians who are basically shelling them with artillery as these guys are being forced by the Wagner Group to basically run against, claim open ground, or the guys who aren't stupid enough to do that, who try to turn tail and make it back to Russia, and the Wagner Group is there to stop them and shoot them. They shoot their own people. And there have been several dust-ups between, Russian military and the Wagner Group because a commander doesn't like the fact that these guys are trying to either reposition or something, and the Wagner Group shoots them like they're deserters. And so they've opened fire. And one commander got in a tank, I think, and was drunk and drove his tank into and over a bunch of Wagner Group guys while another guy was shooting at them. It's insanity. This is nothing like, we haven't heard stuff like this since World War I. And it's, again, this is Trump's idea of leadership.
Yeah, and they said that too, that individual Wagner were told to advance on their targets, and it's oftentimes with being accompanied by armored vehicles and that. And remember, like you mentioned about the one being ground up. Remember early on in this war when the troops they went and I think they ran over a colonel that time. They were fighting.
Yeah.
That they were fighting that why would you call that? It's a form of fratricide, I guess.
Yeah.
But they were protesting that war, and they weren't going to follow that order, and they ground him into the ground. But hey, before I leave, I got one more quick one. My wife and I were talking about Trump. That my wife seriously thinks that Trump is going to try, to get out of being incarcerated by an insanity plea. Kind of feel like that mob boss back in the late '80s in New York or whatever, that walked around with the robe on and stuff like that.
Sure. Well, you're not. What he's really shooting for is pretending that he actually believes the story about the election theft, because he recognized fairly, early on, especially right after the recording of him calling Raffensperger and Kemp. After that recording came out, somebody in his legal team told him that the only real defense he has is if he pretends to actually believe it. He has to, because if he's saying, guys, I need 11,700 votes, help me out here. If he's saying that because he believes those votes are out there, then he's not technically committing a direct crime trying to manipulate the election. He's committing other crimes, which is not going through the available legal channels by which he can actually question and ask for a recount and those kind of stuff. So by calling them and asking them to do it personally, that in and of itself is a crime. But the overall crime of trying to steal the election, he can, as long as he thinks. As long as he can hide behind the lie that he actually believed it was stolen from him and he actually believed he'd won, he thinks he's covered. Now, that's why the Select Committee's report that came out, has several instances in it from Cassidy Hutchins and others where they're saying that they heard him say he knew he lost. And that's the point where he is now committing a crime by asking Raffensperger and Kemp and other people to fix the election for him, because the minute he's aware that he actually lost, everything he did in relation to this is a crime. And as opposed to it just a technicality about how he used it and he can plead ignorance or some nonsense in the Georgia court. And I personally believe he knows he lost. He was miserable on election night. They had planned this Red Mirage argument for a while. So, he knew, he saw the polling. He knew he was losing.
They said something that he had left a letter in the desk for Biden, kind of
Right.
like what Bush did, and that what the outgoing president started doing after
right.
I think Bush Senior or whatever, and
Yeah.
so you get to others real close. So are you saying maybe Trump's going to take the George Costanza? It's not a lie if we believe it. Defense.
Yes, that is exactly right. That is the defense, because ultimately he's not.
Let me get off with somebody else.
I appreciate
Good
it. Thanks so
talking.
much. Yeah, you too. Cheers. Yeah, this has been it's clearly in turn, and one of the reasons why he says rigged and stolen and rigged and stolen. The reason he says it so often is because he's planning on using this fake belief that it was rigged and stolen in court to protect himself. He thinks that's the way to beat the rap. And again, interestingly enough, and Michael Cohen talked about this, but Trump actually thinks that if you win in court in any situation because you deserve to win, you're nothing special. You're supposed to. Doesn't mean, and by the way, and the illusion that you do that because you're right in court you win is absurd. But for some reason he thinks that's just that's the easy part. When you can game the system, when you can cheat it, when you can get around it, when you can lie and not get caught, when you can bribe and cajole and threaten and those kind of things, and then you win because of that, because the other person drops out or can't afford to fight or whatever, that means you're the man. That's Trump's idea of what it means to be a winner. Largely because he has known for a very long time that on the merits, he can't win. He bankrupt a casino. Trump steaks, Trump water, Trump video phones. Every time he's actually confronted with a real case with real constituents who actually are pushing back, he loses. He just used to, because of New York and the way New York was set up, he used to be able to muscle his way through these things. And he can't anymore. Hence the flop sweat, hence the screaming into a paper bag that he's doing at Troth Central. We got to take a break. One last little segment before I hand the network back over to its normal guardians, and we'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. I'll be filling in tomorrow as well. We'll be back right after this break.
Hey, Al.
There we go. Yeah.
At 57, at 57 after, I will bring up a little out music under your voice,
Great.
and when you hear that, you'll have about a minute or less.
Great. Cool.
Okay.
And then
Thank
do
you.
we have any other callers in there that I need to know about?
Yeah, Brian and Sean.
Okay, great.
I texted you about both of them. Those are the last two texts I sent you.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so you got the topics and all that.
Yeah, there we
Okay.
go. Hold on, let me look at this.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Wes, were you on there? Is that who that was? Beg your pardon. If I missed that. I only saw the last two. So Brian and Sean are on there. Okay.
Yeah, Wes is still there.
Okay, let's grab Wes real quick when we come back,
Okay.
and we'll try and get through all three of them. Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't see that one. It scrolled past.
Yeah. And I wasn't quite sure what his name was, and like I said, his connection
Wes.
didn't sound great.
Wes Webb. He's in. He's online. He's in my chat room. So Wes is going to jump in. He says yes, he's here.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Look at that. Hey, just under 100 subscribers will get us to 46,000. I'm just saying, get us out of the 45 zone, because I wanted to stay at 45 as little as possible because of Trump. So if you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe. Dave Throman.
Okay, 10 seconds.
Excellent.
Attention, everyone. Don't turn that dial. Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive, returns right now on WCPT 820.
Well, sort of. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan today, and I'll be filling in tomorrow as well. We got a few minutes left, and we got some callers on the line, so I want to try to get through everybody. Let's go to Wes first, because he's been hanging on the longest, and then we got two other callers, and I hope we can get them all in by the end of the show.
Hey, Hal.
Wes, you there? Hey,
how you doing?
What's happening? I'm good. How are you? Good to hear your voice.
I'm great. Just sitting here in the cold. It's getting warmer, though.
All right.
You know,
piece
had-
by piece.
There's 100 things I'd like to tell you about. Oh,
Sure.
hello? Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
The main thing I think is your voice, especially when you're talking this long, all day long. You need to keep it up in a higher register. You do that when you're excited, but then you get tired or lazy or something, and you start talking.
No, it's
down
just
and-
I have a naturally lower voice, and I do keep it higher as best I can, but within limits. And I think I fear going into Ben Shapiro land. I just can't do it. It would break my heart if I listened back to my show and I sounded like that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean.
But you won't. You don't.
Right.
You have a wonderful voice.
Thanks.
You just don't always use it.
I'll go straight up. I'm going to go straight up Sebastian Bach from now on. Dude, it's the way you protect your voice. That's the way Sebastian Bach from Skid Row does it. He talks like this all the time, dude.
All right. So anyways, go ahead. I'm sure we have plenty to cover. So
You do it like that, and it goes up in your sinuses. And
It's
that
true.
isn't good either. It needs to
all
vibrate
right. I'm
naturally.
sorry. I'll do my best.
Make it sing.
I see. All right. I'll do my best. But but again, I'd like to sound oddly enough like a grown man. Yeah.
Can I say something about the chat rooms?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Number one thing, don't come to YouTube unless you're highly intelligent and
Sure.
semi-nice. Okay?
Semi-nice. Yes.
Crazy people, yeah. The crazy people are on Twitch.
It's true.
And-
Twitch is a little crazy. That's all right. Facebook is where the not nice people go, and then some grandparents, and it's totally fine.
Exactly. Yeah, old people like me. But I don't even like Facebook anymore there because people are just too mean.
It's crazy. I don't know what it's the older generation. I think the boomers just lost any any ability to hold back their impulses. I think it's all that 70s cocaine or something. God knows.
Like the Fox News crew, or should I have said that?
Oh yeah, it's fine. That's the nice thing about the show. I mean, I don't think we have to do a dump if you say Fox News. You would have to if you were on Mike Pillow's network. Apparently, that's considered a swear word. But here, it's just reason to giggle. Yeah.
I love you, buddy, and I could talk to you all night long, but I've been waiting so long, so I know the other guys have too. Yeah,
Appreciate it, Wes Webb, and I really do. And it's always nice to see you. I look forward to seeing you in the chat room on the regular show, too. It's great, and it's nice to know this is what your voice sounds like. It's always great to put, faces and voices with names on there. It's terrific.
Yep. Take care and happy holidays.
You too. Absolutely. Happy New Year. Fantastic. Yay. Everybody give it up for Wes in the chat. Fantastic. And then let's grab another caller real quick so I can get through them and make sure I get everybody because I got 6 minutes left, something like that. Yeah.
5.
Okay. All right. Who's first?
Here's Brian.
Excellent. Hey, Brian, welcome.
Hi. I want to respond to something you were talking about earlier. You were talking about Harvard and running up debt. Actually, I think it's very important for people to know that at Harvard, you're not going to run up any debt. It's probably the most cost-effective education you could get. And that includes not just Harvard, but most of the Ivies, a lot of top universities. They have something called loan-free aid. And you have at the median family income or less, it's going to be totally free. Room, board, tuition fees, free. At Harvard, it's up to $75,000. At Princeton, it's up to $100,000. At Brown, it's up to $125,000. You go completely free. You run up no debt.
Well, I will say yes. That is absolutely true. If you and I'm guessing, is that scholarship level or is that just anybody? I mean, you obviously have to get in.
All you have to do is get in.
Yeah.
But there are other schools that aren't quite as bad, like Vanderbilt, Duke, possibly the University of Chicago.
Yeah.
And even if you're above that income level, about 150,000, 200, it's going to be cheaper than going to the U of I. It's going to be cheaper than going to your local community college.
That's crazy. And you know what's interesting? And now that you bring that up, it's that one of the reasons why we have an explosion of student debt in the country that we've had over the last couple of decades is because of the volume of people going to school, not the depth of debt by those individuals. Especially like my girlfriend's kid, there were all sorts of different student aid packages that you could kind of glom together as well. For your local schools. A lot of the local schools have like 3 or 4 things and then a couple of, specific to whatever degree you're going for. You can try to get scholarships for as addendums for whatever else costs you might have. So yeah, there's a myriad ways to go through. It's an excellent point to bring up and I appreciate you bringing it up. Thanks.
Sure.
Yeah. You might, I wish they'd always been there because I never went to college and I would have loved to gone to Harvard and study acting there so I could show them how good you can be just with a Chicago high school education in acting. All right, one more. I think I can get one more call in before we run out of time. Who's our last caller?
Sean from Stamford, Connecticut.
Excellent. Sean, welcome.
Hey, Hal. First time.
Excellent. Hi.
Yeah. So, what thing that you were talking about voices before? You could always try to do the voice you did for the computer on the show 20Q, or you can do Ed McKay as you did on Treasure Mall years ago.
That's true. Yes. I mean, my voice was higher then just because I was younger on Treasure Mall, and then the computer voice was obviously modulated slightly after the fact, so it's harder to do live.
I used to watch that, so like you and Cat T, that was a great combination.
I agree.
Yeah, but the next one, the thing is that now we're talking about Republicans before. Why is it these Republicans know everything they know about Trump? They still support him. They must be frightened of him or something because it makes no sense otherwise.
It's a great question. I will say that on paper and materially, a lot of them are headed for the exits and have been for the last year especially. It took them a while. Some of them on January 7th said they were against him, and then they kind of slowly worked their way back, like Kevin McCarthy, because they recognized that the voter base hadn't moved on yet. But a bunch of these folks, as they're trying to right now they're moving to DeSantis. The dew is coming off the leaves in that particular area as well. So there's going to be somebody else that lines up that sees the weaknesses that DeSantis has nationally. But there still is a large group of people who moved on from Trump. And some of them, you have to understand, they're not really supportive of Trump. They're more supportive of the voters that they think he still represents. And they have to coax those people over. And those people are sycophants and need you to be all in with Trump, or they don't trust you because it's very QAnon. And those are the dead enders. Anyways, thanks so much, everybody. Yeah, thanks so much for the call. Appreciate it. Chicago, thank you guys so much. Thanks, Joan, for letting me fill in. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I'm going to fill in as well. I also have a morning show on infotainmentwars.com and on twitch.tv/lsparks, and on Facebook and on Twitter and everywhere. If you want to check it out at 9 a.m. Pacific time in the morning, we go through the trends, and then the afternoon, my afternoon show. After this one, I'm going straight over. So see you guys tomorrow. There you go. I think I said it all. Okay, bye.
Okay, Hal.
Excellent.
Nice
work.
Nice working with you.
You too. And I'll see you.
Have a good show tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah. Pass along my Happy New Year's to everybody there and to you and your fam. And it was nice working with you. And I'll see you again sometime, hopefully at one of the Chicago gatherings some point. So cheers.
Sounds good. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And everybody in the chat room, hi, welcome. Give me 1 second, and I'm going to I'll change the name of the show and get us all up and running. Talk amongst yourselves. All right, let's get started. Welcome to the show, everybody. Those of you that are joining us late, or those of you that are joining us early, or those of you that are going to watch this later. It's hard to even say. I'm Hal Sparks. This is Hal Sparks Megawordlwide. I've just done 3 hours of the Joan Esposito show, and I'm still with you. I'm still hanging because there's still show to do, and there's stuff I can't do when I'm on with Chicago, one of which is because of the limitations to being able to send audio from my side to them. It's something I have to work out, and it's been bothering me for a time, and I just haven't had time as I've been building this race car as it's racing down the track. I'm getting close to what I think the best solution would be. The question is always, is it a hardware or a software fix? If it's a hardware fix, it's more specific and limited. If it's a software fix, it constantly has updates, and that's the back of the. There you go. Anyways, hi. You don't need to know this. It's Hal Sparks Megawordlwide. You're here, and that's the wonderful part. And we have dum-dums to get to. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of the dumbest arguments. We've heard this argument from Marjorie Taylor Greene. We've heard this argument from Matt Gaetz. We've heard it from people all over Fox, especially Tucker Carlson. And no one has put it so simply in deference to their own brain capacity as Dinesh and Debbie. Our border or Ukraine's? This says, Debbie and I discussed the Democrats' obsession with protecting the Ukraine border while scandalously neglecting our own. Now, I have not watched this clip. I'm sure that they'll bring up how much money we actually spend on the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol. They'll bring that up, won't they? Sure. Well, I mean, if I'm taking for granted that the Democrats are spending any money on it. I think the Republicans obviously voted for this bill, so maybe they voted for an omnibus with no funding for DHS and CBP. Beg your pardon. Perhaps. Let's see. Or these faux Christian assholes who are constantly lying could just keep lying. What do you think? Let's see. Hold on. I almost turned the audio on. There we go. Here we go. Now, let's see. And let's also see if Debbie can out-racist Dinesh. It's kind of a tortoise in the hare kind of thing. You know, he might get way out in front, but then, man, she just bides her time.
I want to say a few words about what's going on at the border.
The border. We got to say something about the border.
And I just want to begin.
We're very excited
by expressing, my disgust at the. This is the Biden.
You think you're disgusted? Look at Debbie's face. She didn't even put contour on. That's 100% base. She's based.
Spokeswoman Jean-Pierre or whatever her name is, and
why bother memorizing it? She's just the first black openly gay spokesperson for the White House. I mean, she's not important, both historically and what she does for a living. And by the way, if you don't know her name or care to, how am I supposed to think that you've actually been listening to what she says and that you'll give us an honest assessment of what she says versus reality or how much it aligns or differs? That lady, the black lady with the being all black.
KJP or KPJ.
whatever
as Archie Bunker used to say, whatever.
Whatever.
But in any event, she's like...
Well, I mean, I understand how you feel that way since you are... powerless knobs.
Well, we're getting ready for a surge on the border, but there's a court order to suspend Title 42, and the journalists are like, a court order to suspend Title 42, but didn't you push to get it suspended? Well, we have to follow the court order. Yeah, but didn't you ask the court to give you that order? Isn't that your position, that you want to get rid of Title 42? You want more illegals? You want to increase...
No. By the way, Republicans, let me be abundantly clear about this again. Republicans want to keep Title 42 because it artificially raises the number of crossings at the border. Not human beings, but crossings. Because due to Title 42 and the fact that people get They come in and then they're immediately rejected back to Mexico, and then they try again. They're each time trying to sneak through, and every time they're caught, they get marked as a crossing. Now, the Republicans want you to think that every crossing is a brand new human being. But we now know, because of the statistics that CBP puts out on their own, that as many as 27% of the people crossing have tried 3+ times. 30% of them have crossed at 2+ times. And then everybody else has crossed at least one other time. 1+. So they're not even, like, some of them, they don't even bother to know. They just, I saw you again. I'm not even taking your name. Go home. And so the amount of recidivism is creating a much larger number of crossings at the border, but not individuals. So if you get rid of Title 42, you'll start counting the number of individuals, not the number of crossings, and it will create this illusion that the number of crossings will drop completely to the number of actual human beings who come across, get processed, and are either rejected or accepted, or sent to another country you came through and you didn't ask Mexico for asylum, for example, and because you didn't do that, you got to go back to your own country and try for asylum in the nearest country, because that's how it works. And if you start doing that and you process those people, then fewer people start coming forward and trying again and again and again. And so the number of crossings goes down, and the Republicans can't use it as a whipping post against Democrats anymore.
Increase the already epidemic traffic at the border so that this...
Notice the word traffic. Not the number of people, but the foot traffic as they try again and again.
The sheer dishonesty of these people is really outrageous. Now, Chief Justice Roberts has stepped in and given a sort of
Debbie is upset. What happens if Venezuelans get up here? Those people are
temporary restoration or preservation, you could say, of Title 42.
No, I think restoration is great. He's putting new chrome on it. He's trying to get the dashboard back to how it looked originally after. There's a lot of sun damage.
And Title 42 was the rule that basically said that because of COVID, because of the risk of illegals coming across the border and bringing COVID,
or other things.
Or other things. No, not other things. Title 42 is not permanent because you might bring a loaf of bread with you, or a giant bag of fentanyl, or the severed head of your enemy. I'm like, what? No, it's specific to contagious disease, stupid.
Other diseases, other communicable diseases.
Mm-hmm. No. Then you would never have an open border ever, because everybody could bring over some sort of communicable disease.
That they could be turned away, that they could be blocked at the border, prevented from entering the United States.
So they can try again and again and again, driving up traffic at the border, giving the illusion that there are more people trying to cross en masse than there were, say, in 2015 or 2017 or 2019 or whenever the fuck.
And so this was hardly an effort to arrest illegal immigration. It was merely a kind of, a very slender Band-Aid. But
Okay, well, so Trump didn't even try. He was just using this slender Band-Aid.
The Biden administration was trying to get rid of, and almost did get rid of, the Band-Aid. In fact, I think it's today that Title 42 was going to lapse until Robert stepped in and said, for now, Title 42 can stay.
Yeah, but you do know Dr. Jha says that the most important thing...
Well, tell people who he is.
Oh, yeah, he's...
Yeah, hi, stupid. We don't know who Dr. Jha is.
The health coordinator for the administration.
For COVID.
Right, for COVID.
Dr. Jha.
I don't know his official title, but anyway.
Yeah, don't bother.
Anyway.
Well, he's a former professor at Brown University.
Yuck.
Yeah,
an intelligent guy.
A really smart guy, but in this, he's kind of missing the boat, unfortunately, for Americans. Because here's the thing. He says the most important thing that every American can do is get a booster, okay? But while he's saying that, the administration is saying, you know what? Let Title 42 lapse, and let's allow all of these people coming in. We don't care if they have COVID. We're not testing them. We're not.
Yeah, they are.
Not vaccinating them. We don't care if they.
You can't force vaccinations on people crossing a border. You can offer it. A lot of them are getting it.
They have tuberculosis. We don't care if they have Zika. We don't care if they have anything, really.
Zika? We're going back to Zika now.
Let them in.
I'm sorry. When you came from Venezuela, did they test you for all these things? Were you swabbed when you came to the country? Has Dinesh had himself tested since?
So what kind of a hypocrisy statement is that? You know,
It isn't, because the primary defense you have against COVID is getting vaccinated, because the chance of you running into an immigrant from the southern border who has a new strain that you're not, if you've been previously immunized against, that you can't handle is so fucking slim. But it's not slim compared to, say, a foreign traveler from another country. What's the fucking difference if people come across legally with a strain of any of these things?
no, it's like, guy, we're not going to take you seriously until you
You're not going to take this seriously ever, because you want the southern border sealed. She wants to pull the ladder up into the lifeboat after herself. Fuck you.
take COVID seriously. If COVID is as bad as you say it is, then it has to be bad across the board.
No. Is she now clamoring for like mask mandates to come back?
Not just for some Americans.
So look at the twisted priorities, not just of Dr. Jha, but let me pivot to
Let's pivot to something that actually makes sense and isn't just Debbie's own weird bigotry.
Mitch McConnell, I just saw
Okay, and I don't have any fucking popcorn. They're going to shit on Mitch McConnell?
in social media clip of his recent remarks. He goes, the most important thing that America can do right now is send money to Ukraine.
Okay, how many people in the audience, because we've seen this clip that he's referencing, actually think that's what was said? Anybody? Is this a direct quote? Do these motherfuckers even try anymore? And again, why do I have to be the one defending Mitch McConnell, for fuck's sake? If they're gonna lie about what he says, that's your own goddamn problem. Go after your own dude. But I mean, you gotta have a standard at some point, right? Jesus Christ.
And he's talking about the new appropriation. I believe it's something like $44 or $47 billion. I mean, let's pause for a minute. What's $1 billion? $1,000 million.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we have a $27 trillion economy. The United States. $5 trillion of financial activity goes through Goldman Sachs's coffers through their machines, through their computers, every fucking day. 5 trillion with a T. And you're going to tell me that by the way, the defense budget, which is like $894 billion, up from last year, that the United States can spend $100 billion supporting Ukraine, protecting the people of Ukraine, and at the same time decimating the Russian army. It sounds like a pretty cheap date.
So they're taking our money, $47 billion, to give to Ukraine. And why? Well, we have to preserve the integrity of Ukraine's border. We can't have the Russians crossing over the Ukrainian border.
Yeah, it's not the crossing. They didn't give a shit. But Russians were visiting Ukraine constantly. They didn't have a walled border for people to come back and forth. They attacked with fucking tanks and helicopters and bombs. They're strafe bombing the infrastructure. 92% of their attacks are on civilians and infrastructure. It ain't... The Russians aren't coming there to try and get a job washing dishes at fucking Mar-a-Lago so they can send a third of their paycheck home.
So they're worried about their border.
Yeah, this is the stupidest argument. We've heard this from fucking... This is the same shit. Yeah, and by the way... I voted for Joe Biden. I voted for Democrats and to take over the House and the Senate. That's how I voted. And I wanted them to at this point, by the way, since the Ukraine war wasn't happening at the time, the idea is that Biden was going to get us out of Afghanistan. And in a situation like this, I would trust that he would be on the right side of it. I voted for him because I trust him with our tax dollars to actually put it towards good causes, especially like what's going on in Ukraine, supporting the right side in there. As a matter of fact, the reason to vote against Trump was because he would have supported Russia in the invasion of another country's border. That, what would they have said if Trump had won? That tax dollars, we want to spend they don't want to, he wants to stop people at our border, but he wants to spend money helping Russia cross Ukraine. Get the fuck out of here.
What about our border and our sovereignty and our citizens who, some of them are not going to have a Christmas this year. They don't have any money. And
really? You're that concerned about, you're concerned about the homeless, Debbie? Are you concerned about truly broke Americans? Really? So you were against like union jobs because why, and minimum wage because,
and they don't even have money to put gas in their car, let alone buy gifts for their children. So this is just ridiculous. I mean, it's just beyond ridiculous.
I mean, this is what.
Yes, basically, what they're asking for is communism. That's Debbie, the Venezuelan communist, and her asshole husband who lies for a living, former felon, or I guess current felon. You're always a felon. Once a felon, it's like being mayor. Like Giuliani calls himself Mayor Giuliani. Do we just call him Felon D'Souza? That she wants the government to dole out money to anyone who doesn't have money before helping any other country or whatever. If any American doesn't have cash, the government's supposed to give them money. I mean, it's not like there's a shortage, there's a shortage of jobs. There are 5 million more open jobs than there are workers in the United States. So it's not like those immigrants are coming across and stealing our jobs, Deb.
What really gets me, and talk about bleeding heart. I mean, there's a bleeding heart conservatism that basically says, isn't it outrageous for people who are having trouble filling up their gas tank or making all kinds of sacrifices? Can I even get my kids presents at Christmas?
Mm-hmm.
So, and these are.
How is that bleeding heart conservatism? You don't give a fuck about those people. None of those people are going to benefit from the Trump tax cuts. The fuck are you talking about? Half of those people, if they wanted to start a business, couldn't find workers to work there.
Are people saving $1, $5, $10. Yep. Meanwhile, these irresponsible scoundrels in Congress, which, by the way, includes a substantial cohort of Republicans, especially the so-called rhino types.
Well, no, because you name them that. Anybody who doesn't do what you want, you're going to label them that. So they're not, and by the way, so-called? What the fuck does that mean? You're calling them that.
Shelley Capito Moore is part of that, and
Caputo?
Romney is part of that.
Yeah.
Portman is part of that. I mean, these people are a national disgrace, and they demoralize their own side because you have conservatives and Republicans like me, and I'm like, wow, this is the.
You mean other felons?
This is the party that's supposed to save us from the bad guys, when it seems that at least some of the time
they're fighting the good guys, namely the Russians. The fuck?
You're in it with the bad guys.
Exactly. I just think it's time to vote these people out, guys.
No, the election happened a couple of weeks ago. There's not another election for 2 years. I mean, there's a couple of little ones, I suppose, but you're going to lose those too.
Because we can't, as a party, say that the other party is the bad guy while we have some of our own. Okay.
Yeah, I think you should do a big purge. Good idea. Jesus is the reason of the season. Don't criticize the splinter in someone else without pulling the log in your own, which is an odd analogy.
So we've got to clean up our house.
I agree. It's a fucking mess. I can smell it from here.
And we've got to...
And by the way, Zelensky called. He wants his sweater back. Does Dinesh know?
I realize that we've got a crisis on our hands, and vote.
Yes, and America's never had crises before. And also, Russia attacking another country isn't a crisis? All right.
Voting Democrat mainly is going to keep this up, and we're going to have another really bad and very, very tight.
Tight.
You know, what do you call it when you have to tighten your wallet?
This video is 6 minutes long. They chose this segment. I suppose they could have cut pieces out of it, but why bother? Ugh.
Christmas for a lot of people this year. It's very
we're past Christmas, by the
very,
way.
very sad. I thought COVID, the 2020 Christmas was bad, but it's only getting, it seems, worse.
No, it is fucking not worse than COVID Christmas. Shut the fuck up. You know one of the reasons why the airports are overwhelmed? It's because people got to go fly and see their fucking families, you dunce. That's it? Okay. Fuck off.
Bad and very, very tight. What do you call it when you have to tighten your wallet?
What are you nodding out at, motherfucker? I don't know what she's talking about. When you have to tighten your wallet?
Christmas for a lot of people this year. It's very.
All right. Did I just black out during a chunk of this? Did it leap forward?
And what about our border? And
no, yeah, same shit. Okay, can I just say for the record, there's been an argument because there was $400 million for dealing with asylum seekers, sending legal representatives down to start processing asylum seekers. That expenditure, because you couldn't use it for other stuff, assholes like this and Marjorie Taylor Greene and others have been lying to the American people. Bald-faced lies to people, not even couched, and it can be a misunderstanding. Okay, saying that they won't spend a dime, and these are like, I've heard multiple people, they won't spend a dime on our border, but they're spending, all this money on Ukraine's border as if the Russians are just walking across the border. Meanwhile, I would like to show you, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, Homeland Security Fiscal Year 2023 Appropriations Bill, part of the omnibus, includes the budget for next year, for the 2023 year, the fiscal year, and the amount going to DHS, which includes border security, $60.7 billion, and which is $3.2 billion more than fiscal year 2022. Okay, that's just DHS. Customs and Border Patrol, here's their budget. Fiscal year 2023 budget includes $17.5 billion just for Customs and Border Patrol. Let's see, and then here's all the breakdown for it. This is all the expenditures for this. Okay, fiscal year. There's enacted request. This is specific to budgetary obligations. This is the overall thing. It's completely broke down. Like you can just look through all of this. Counter unmanned aerial systems funding that goes in specifically. There you go. Everything's appropriated in the omnibus, and every single section of it is specific to what's there. Drones have their own part. Horse feed, all this shit. They break down every single part of it. Because if they don't, Republicans will steal from the CBP funding and use it for other shit. They'll build a wall and forget that there's anything else going on. The money allotted specifically to process asylum seekers so that people can be either brought in or rejected, again, because it has to be adjudicated, is $400 million. Customs and Border Patrol and DHS has a combined $76 billion budget. That goes towards the southern border as well. And as a myriad of things, like I said, including drones, surveillance, airplanes, ATVs, the salaries of all the Customs and Border Patrol people that work down there, the people who actually work at the booths when cars coming back and forth, all that shit. Now, these guys are basically said, we're ignoring our border, neglecting our own. That's what it officially says. Here you go. Debbie and I discussed together, obsessed with protecting the Ukrainian border while scandalously neglecting our own. The budget for both of those areas went up over $6 billion from last year, which was up from the year before. So either their idea of neglecting something is throwing billions at it, in which case I would love to be neglected like that, or they're hiding the fact that Republican governors like Greg Abbott are somehow shuffling the cash around and not spending it on the border. Why is that? Why is Greg Abbott getting billions more in funding for the border and not spending it on the border? How come? I mean, he's calling up the National Guard volunteers. They've had multiple suicides. People's businesses ruined because they're on this never-ending Operation Lone Star horse shit at the border. But if the Biden administration is opening the border and the Biden administration is neglecting the border, then why are they raising the money allocated for the border by billions of dollars this year? And again, if you hear anywhere that the border is wide open, it's Biden's, he's allowing anybody who wants to come in, the border is wide open, it's an open border. If you're hearing that from anyone, you're hearing it from a Republican on television or on the internet. Anywhere there's a mic in fucking front of them, they will tell the world the border is open. And Karine Jean-Pierre and anybody, this DHS spokesperson coming on and saying in English and Spanish that the border is not open, that it's closed, and doing, having Kamala Harris go down to South America and say the border is not open to people down there. Don't believe the hype. Is hard to compete with Sean Hannity and Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham and everybody on Newsmax and RAV and RSBN and these fuckers saying nonstop all the time the border is wide open. Stay. So, not surprising, lying pieces of shit. Standard operating procedure for Republicans. But I'm glad we got right into that. You're watching Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide. Can we jump over from one grifter dude and crazy lady to another? Ladies and gentlemen, we go to If I May Bring You. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Give a thumbs up. Welcome. If you're just joining us, hi chat room. Hello. Good to see you. And it was so nice, those of you that called in during the radio program. I'm going to be on tomorrow, so you're going to see way more of me tomorrow than you need to see. I'm just saying. 7 hours. Just saying. But in the meantime, this is the COVID camps in California won't be used for COVID. That's right. Frank's speech didn't take long, but boy, oh Shevitz, did they jump straight into the FEMA camps, Alex Jones, Agenda 21, Jade Helm, horseshit. Presumably, again, I have not pre-watched this. Maybe I should give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're good Christian people in front of a weirdly Nazified looking logo that has an X'd out cross. I don't know. There had to be a long conversation about this shit. Let's see. I don't know who this lady is, but I can't wait to find out. It's Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide.
I've heard of her, yes.
Okay, she's an attorney in California. So the
attorney, is that who I, by the way, Wes, is this how I should sound when I'm talking? Is this how you talk on TV for a long time?
Orange County area. Are you in Orange County?
You seem like you're from Orange County. Don't take it personal.
No, we're in Los Angeles County, the belly of the beast.
Okay.
The belly of the beast. When I moved to Los Angeles, one of my aunts said, you can't move to, she was very Christian, a specific kind of, she was Southern Baptist. And she was like, you can't move to Los Angeles, that's the devil city. And I was like, if it was the devil city, there'd be more than 3 restaurants open past 11 o'clock at night. Belly of the beast.
Well, she's on here regularly. She was on here last night, and she told us 2 weeks ago and showed the paperwork. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Paperwork is done. $78 million. $78 million COVID concentration camp being built in Orange County near a railroad, okay?
Uh-huh. Near a railroad. Yeah, so good. Well, of course, if you're going to have a concentration camp, you're going to have trains running up to it. I mean, they're traditionalists in Orange County. Behind the orange curtain, we call it.
She's an attorney.
Wow.
She is a very good attorney.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
She's testifying at the legislature all the time. You guys have probably been in the same room without knowing it.
Yeah, I mean, she's quiet. Very quiet.
She's
Probably.
yeah.
Probably. I don't know where I am most days. I have no idea. Where am I? Where are you? Where is this? What is that? Is that almonds?
Been fighting the death shot, masking children.
Fighting the death shot. So that's right. I forgot. I turned into a zombie like several months ago. How many people, vaccinated people in the chat room have already turned into a zombie? Let me know. I'm sure there's a zombie emoji or something.
And the human trafficking, all of this. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's what the trains are for. Again, you can't have a concentration camp without trafficking humans. They're not going to go themselves. Come on. Marcus, thank you so much for the super chat. And Sylvia, bless you. And Melissa, thank you so much. And Wes, it was nice to have you on the show. It was good that you called in. And thank you, Arizona Sunflower and Poetess Bernadette.
I believe and she believes, we both believe that
everybody believes, and you believe, and you've got beliefs, and she's got beliefs, and I believe it. What do I believe? I don't know. But I believe I'll have another shot.
And she says this is going on in other states, by the way. But
well, it would have to. I mean, you can't just, Orange County can't take all the COVID murders.
78 million just in Orange County, okay? She says if you could pull this over on Orange County, you could pull this over on any county in California, being as Orange County is probably the most conservative county of the whole state. So she says
It is.
And we believe
it totally is. It's so good. For fuck's sake, is it just me, or does she got that kind of like Harriet Hagelman kind of energy about her? Hold on one second. Yeah. Let's see if we can do this. 1 second. Yeah. I Charlie. It's like, hey Siri, stream. You know, I've been in a lot of rooms. I've been in a lot of rooms with this lady, and she didn't even see me. Like, I came right up to her. I was like, hi. And she was like, I don't know. I was like, oh, God. And they're like, welcome to Orange County, where nobody even knows what's going on. We're behind the Disney curtain. This is horrifying. Anyways, so what were you saying, lady?
I believe that these are being built under the camouflage of COVID, okay?
That's right. They're not for COVID. They're COVID camps, but they're just for conservative. It's a disease of conservatism that we have, that they're trying to eradicate. Eradicator.
So what are they really?
Yes, tell us. What are they? Have to be like FEMA camps where they're going to box up Republicans and mail them to Vermont or something.
We don't really believe it's about COVID. We believe it's
No, of course not. You don't believe it's about COVID. Nobody believes it's about COVID. I mean, we know it's not about COVID, but we believe it might be, I think.
About the next pandemic, which we saw that they just practiced in October for a catastrophic contagion with the same players that did Event 201.
That's weird. So are you trying to tell me that after a major contagious outbreak that they're constantly referencing what happened and trying to improve on what worked before and that kind of... Who does that? I mean, here's what you do. If you're a good football coach, you pick your plays for the year and you run them in order all year long. You don't meet with your other your players and your other coaches. That's what losers do.
October of 2019 before COVID. But
what?
We also believe, because you got people like Klaus Schwab.
There's a lot of belief around
saying that China's the model. Well, what are they doing in China? We could see the videos. They're building all of these humongous white concentration camps.
They're building these things at these.
Yeah, they're building all these things. It's crazy. I mean, we're looking at video from 3 years ago, and now they're just not giving a fuck, and they're really just gacking up their crematoriums. But basically, Orange County is just going to be one giant crematorium.
these concentration camps. Absolutely, they're doing. Yes.
They're totally doing it. And by the way, why didn't you notice me when I was in the room with you? I came up and I was like, hi. And you were like, what? And I was like, you and the girl. And you're like, girlfriend. And then you don't even remember. You were so drunk.
And so you have to wonder if this doesn't tie to the social credit score and your QR code where we just looked last.
Excuse me, just call it the mark of the beast. Come on. Zip along. I can't listen to this shit all day.
At a video out of China where if you don't have the right QR code, you don't get on a train. You don't get on an airplane. You can't.
Yeah. Never mind that just stopped. Literally. They just stopped that. But you know why they stopped it? So they could start it over here. That's how they get you. They can only do it in one place at once. So they stopped it in China so they can do it at Disneyland.
Can't get a job. You can't get a bank loan. Your kid can't.
Your kid can't get a new pair of shoes. You can't get a hand job. People can't get a Brazilian.
Go to certain schools. How do we know that the domestic terrorism that they're trying to define patriots as and pro-life people as, that this...
Okay, hold on. I know we're talking about Orange County, but this is a lot of conspiracies all at once. Is there just going to be a giant basket of fucking conspiracies at this point? Can we just stick to COVID was fake and the death shot and you're all going to turn into zombies, so they're building a giant plant to process all the conservatives who refuse to get the shot and get trained in? Do we have to go to world economic? I'm just afraid you're going to go straight to Atlantis after this.
Isn't all designed and setting the propaganda that eventually people like you and me that don't sit down and shut up, we're going to go to re-education camps for a while.
Absolutely. Yeah, I wish I could go to a re-education camp just to learn how to do like nails and French tips and that kind of stuff. I think it'd be great. That's a side career. It's not something I want to do as a hobby for friends or anything, but it'd be a nice little side hustle, I think.
Right. Absolutely. And
yeah, just say absolutely. Anytime he says something, it's a smart move. Otherwise, he'll take away your magic microphone.
It's like that's what they're building there in Orange County. They're probably...
Yeah, totally. They're totally building concentration camps in Orange County. That makes total sense. I absolutely believe it.
Pro-life indoctrination camps and re-education camps right there in Orange County. That sounds like where
Wait, Orange County's gonna indoctrinate people into being pro-life? Now I'm for it. I'm so fucking confused.
they're going to put us.
Well, look
Good
at
luck.
I wish you could see. Yeah, exactly. I wish you could see this, but I know you.
Yeah, nobody could get you two. I mean, she's got the suplex. He can grab, and there was a thing, and then he's always got rubber hose with him just in case. He has to fight back if the jackbooted UN thugs try to take him and put him in the pro-life re-education camp in Knott's Berry Farm.
Since your location, she also last night showed us this. I'll show the audience. This is equity in Orange County.
Oh God, no! What? Who would make such a website? This is horrifying. It's bad enough that there are people from San Diego that come up, if you know what I'm saying, wink, wink, and I have to see them at the fucking Irvine Mall.
It's an equity map.
Oh, God. Equity. It's gross.
Equity map.
It's an X. Stop saying that. It's so upsetting.
OC, Orange County Equity Map, spotlights social and health disparities in Orange County neighborhoods.
Fuck that. What kind of Christian propaganda bullshit is this?
Okay, notice health. So this is going to be right in your area, right?
Yeah.
Because this is all now part of health. This interactive map visualizes 580 census tracts across the county and displays scores, listen now, from the Social Progress Index. Social Progress Index.
The Social Progress Index.
Oh, that sounds terrible. I have to look that up. Hold on. Let's look at what that means. Socialist Progressive Index. Oh, this sounds terrible. Oh,
It's from socialprogress.org. This sounds terrible. This is the whole thing. Oh, God, I hate this. There's a blog. Oh, it's terrible. Look at this by country. Obviously, the only country that matters is the United States of Orange County. Oh, United States. Zoom in. Oh, it's all blue. They're going to try and turn it. The whole thing Democrat. Look at that. Ah, terrible. I zoomed out. That's terrible. Look at that. Wait a minute. We're doing really well. Hold on. We're number 2 ranked. Oh, and Canada's number 1. That's how terrible this is. Oh, God. Executive summary. Let's methodology report. Oh. English and Spanish. Oh, God. It's in English and Spanish. This is terrible. Open it up. Method. What are they doing? What is this? I don't even know how to do it. This is terrible. Who is that? You do not have permission to view this shared item. Oh, of course I don't, because I'm a conservative. Social progress. This is terrible. These awful people. What works the virtual for? Oh, look at this lady she's like they're bringing the Mayans back to end the world. It's 2012 Redux. Oh, God, it's terrible. What is this? Through a series of maps, charts, and graphs, social progress insights visually gives you a holistic understanding of world progress from 2011 to 2022, as well as a granular set of information. Some of the features include social progress index scores against GDP, regional and country-specific trends, and regional and country progress over time. They're trying to change us. This is terrible. Climate just transitions. Climate perceptions. Sustainability. This is awful. Mapping. Why would you map the disparities? I don't even look at those people when I come out of the mall.
Oh, it's even longer than that.
Oh, it's terrible.
Social Progress Index, Centers for Disease Control. So you got the Social Progress Index.
Which sounds terrible because it sounds like Socialism Project and Progressive Index.
Centers for Disease Control.
They might as well just call it the AOC Index. It's fucking frightening.
Health indicators and listen.
Oh, not health. Oh, you know what that means. They want to inject you with fluoride right in your pee-pee.
And population demographic data.
Oh, Democrat data. Just say that's what they mean. They're going to turn all the brown people into Democrats and force them through giving them money for free and free toothpaste and tampons and stuff to vote Democrat.
This tool allows our communities to identify what health inequities exist and where
Oh no, why would you do that?
They are most felt, so we can work together to eliminate them.
Oh, working together. Communism.
And then as you scroll down the page...
Oh no, don't look!
Well, she pointed out to us that you have Social Progress Index. So the count...
Right, yes, it says that in the top of the document. Never mind.
We'll actually have a Social Progress Index. This is...
to see if people who were poor end up being less poor or do well if they were... So that, like, the American dream, for example, it's like tracking the American dream, which should be illegal.
Again, social credit scores. This is where we're headed.
That's not the same thing, but okay. No, it's not the same thing. Making sure that, like, seeing poor people get some means and develop wealth and eventually maybe own a house is different than if you're an asshole, you can't ride the bus, which is what you're afraid of, and I understand. Or if you forget you met someone at a party and someone says hi to you and you're like, I think we've probably been in the same room.
You're absolutely right. And you know what?
Of course, is that how you're going to answer everything? Why are you on your phone? That's rude.
It makes me realize that because there's more in that future of abortion report than what I told you because I was trying to summarize it.
Well, you had to abort your answer because it was getting too long and you didn't want to support the answer. So you just decided to abort it.
They also want to do, let me scroll down in my notes.
on your phone.
They want to make sure that the Department of Healthcare Services should make sure that, chemical abortion drugs are included as part of pharmacy benefits, and they want more funding to promote more abortion access.
No, that's not what they're doing. That's a lie. They don't want access. They want to promote abortions. Anybody who has access to abortion would, of course, have one, because no one wants children, especially women who might lose their ability to have children if they have to carry an ectopic pregnancy to term. Sorry, I thought of Trump for a second and I said ectopic presidency.
Not pregnancy or adoption access, but abortion access. That was another bill that they got through, which was SB 1245, which was to promote equitable abortion access in Los Angeles County. And that...
Is there equitable abortion access or adoption access in another bill? Or is it even necessary? Because anybody who wants to adopt can adopt. Oh, you don't want that's right. I'm sorry. I was confused. We don't want equitable adoption access. That means the gays can take care of children and make them gay because gay is contagious. Because why? If you could be gay, why wouldn't you be gay?
That kind of language is what you're saying is going on in this new social progress index. So they're going to stress equity, which is, that's a lie. But that's...
Yeah, it's totally a lie.
What they're going to be doing is they're promoting taxpayer money to develop...
Promoting taxpayer money? They're giving it taxpayer money a raise? Am I going to make money next year?
This, abortion access, and probably to monitor it as well.
Our side.
Of course you're going to monitor it. We got to keep track of people. Excuse me, I have a frog in my throat. Beg your pardon. Hi, everybody. Wow, it kind of hurts to make that face that long. Very weird. Stings. Yeah, she says equity. They think, like, equality versus equity. Equity also is a dual-use word. Equity means everybody gets the same sort of access. Nobody gets a first hit on the the federal funds or the state funds bong just because they're connected or they've got their legacy built into it. That everybody can compete equally. Everybody starts at the same starting line. Unlike equality, which they were saying equality of outcome is terrible. It's terrible because you can't do it, and that's supposedly the communist endeavor, and that's why they always fight back. That anybody who's looking to create equality is trying to create equality of outcome, not equality of opportunity, which is what Democrats have always been pushing for. So the word equity is equality of opportunity. That's where everybody has, and it also has a dual use. The word equity, a lot of people think of it in terms of home ownership, and you have this. You have an investment in. You have equity in the country. You were invested in the country. That's why it's become a popular dual-use word. Now, every word, no matter what word the Democrats try to come up with to better explain things, Republicans will turn it into a secret communist plot. That's how it's going to work. At this point, I think we should just start fucking with them. We should just use, Banana Republic to describe Wall Street and say that we want, if the Democrats started saying we want successful capitalism for everyone, they'll turn capitalism into a communist word. They'll do it in a matter of weeks. And by the way, you're watching Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide. This is one of the interesting ones. This is, if I may. Now, I don't know what happened to Maria. How do you have a morning without Maria? Maria Bartiromo is not in the seat, and this lady is filling in. But apparently, this is about the Twitter files, which we're big fans of around here because they're hilarious and a waste of goddamn time. Bombshell Twitter file reveals Biden-Trump administration's handling of COVID misinfo. So, is there going to be equal parts attack on the Trump administration buying into this? Because it was the Biden administration that was there when schools opened and when vaccinations actually occurred, and they actually had a plan for it so we could get open again and stay open. Whereas the Trump administration was all this stagger start and stagger stop bullshit. I'm curious. Poor Maria's sick. Yeah, we'll see. It's a bombshell. It's all a bombshell.
bombshell. So everybody get under your desk for this next one.
Revelations from the Twitter files. This
Revelations from the Twitter files.
time on COVID-19 and the Biden
Oh my God, COVID-19. Remember that? It was horrible.
administration's
America.
involvement. Journalist David Zweig reporting how the administration targeted Twitter users outspoken over vaccines, directly naming Alex Berenson as an account to be removed. Twitter also using bots to identify posts from health experts.
Yes, that's how, I mean, you can't cover, there's millions of fucking users. Of course, bots are going to cover most of the moderation, dipshit.
Which turned out to be using peer-reviewed studies or the CDC's own data to contradict.
Right. Peer-reviewed studies. What a crazy thought. That peer-reviewed studies should be the baseline. Nah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just go with anecdotal evidence about fucking fish tank cleaner and some woman saying that you've been inseminated by the devil.
Predict the White House's official pandemic narrative. Joining the conversation all morning long, campus reform higher education fellow Nicholas Giordano and Republican strategist and lead attorney at the Madison firm, Jonathan Madison. It's great to have you both here. And Nicholas, I want to start with you first.
Of course.
Let's talk about this because
the Trump administration did a lot of stuff. So tell me how the Biden administration that did less of it and focused more on getting people vaccinated and the country opened up and we're doing better because of it is to blame. Wasn't it the Biden campaign that forced Trump into the initial lockdowns?
Because, what we're seeing is it wasn't just one administration or the other.
Yeah, it was. It was almost like best practices by a federal government trying to keep their citizens alive.
It was both. And both administrations were trying to censor what they didn't want out on Twitter at the time. Either way you slice it, Twitter's a business.
Absolutely.
And Twitter was bowing to two administrations, not just one.
No, they weren't, because if you read the actual Twitter files, they told them to fuck off several times. They agreed on some things, they didn't agree on others. They had autonomy, they were allowed to do whatever the fuck they thought was best for their users.
I think the frightening.
As a matter of fact, one of the reasons why the administration was pissed that some of the anti-vaxxers were still on was because Twitter didn't take them down. So there's no there. The Twitter files are fart air.
Aspect is where you have government officials talking about unapproved opinions being displayed on Twitter, and that's language.
Okay, first of all, not unapproved. You're talking about vaccinations in the middle of a fucking pandemic, one that is killing millions across the globe. It's not whether or not you think that George Michael's career ended when he left Wham or began. That's debatable. The question, the idea that you have an opinion about whether or not ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine is a lifesaver and using that to talk people out of getting vaccinated because they're going to become fucking zombies is it's not even on the same fucking scale.
That we see in 1984, Brave New World.
Fuck off. No, it isn't. Because in 1984, the idea is that they would have wanted you to be wiped out. So they would have hidden the vaccine information.
It really amazes me. The FBI is calling people that believe this conspiracy theorists, yet we have their own words, their own documents talking about this major censorship push. Again,
a push, and it wasn't a censorship push. They asked, and sometimes Twitter said yes, sometimes they didn't. That's not censorship. That's decision making. This is a private company that's interacting with the government and saying some of the time we agree and some of the time we don't. This is such a non-story. Bot moderation. Twitter outsourced AI to flag problematic posts. And the AI was trained on peer-reviewed studies.
And experts. We were told to believe the experts, to follow the experts, and yet.
And we opened up and our deaths tapered. But I guess that's bad news. And by the way, the deaths in red districts went up. because of assholes like this and the people that they're talking about on Twitter who were allowed to say whatever the fuck they wanted as long as they didn't say, I'm a doctor and you should do this.
Yet they censored the experts.
Yeah, that was so interesting. And you know what else?
So interesting. It is interesting. Isn't it interesting? It's so interesting. I was interested in this before I wasn't interested in it. Now I'm really interested. What?
Too, I mean, if you look at the political side of this, I want you to listen to, this is Jen Psaki from July 15th, 2001. And again, both administrations
2001? She was young.
Have been accused of trying to pressure Twitter. But listen to Jen Psaki on July 15th. I want to get your reaction out of this.
We've increased disinformation research and tracking within the Surgeon General's office. We're flagging problematic posts for Facebook that spread disinformation.
All right, your reaction to what she had to say. I mean, a different story from the podium than what was real.
All of these reactions.
No, it isn't. They admitted it openly that they were talking to Facebook and Twitter and the like and saying, yeah, we're flagging this stuff because people are getting people killed. This is fucked up. See, she's at a fucking podium. This reminds me of that shit about Biden and the prosecutor, where everybody acts like the footage where he's saying, you're going to fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the $1 billion. And they act like it was a hot mic moment. Motherfucker, he was on stage during a Q&A. He was bragging because he was made the point man on something not only the administration and all of our European partners wanted, but the Congress and the Senate as well.
Are very inconsistent, Sheriff. I mean, that's the sort of the narrative, the tone of
the House and Senate.
This whole administration is inconsistency. When you're explaining your way out of a lie, censorship of certain social media platforms like Twitter. I mean, I think the bigger issue here,
that was just gibberish. Does anybody know what the fuck that was? All right, I guess we're going to move on and pretend he said something.
Politically is the legal implications of this. We talked about censorship. We talked about suppression of free speech. Twitter is not a government platform. Twitter is a private medium for social.
Right. And sometimes they said okay, and other times they didn't. And the fact that they were part of the decision-making process and the government had no ability to kick people off on their own, they had to ask the platform to do it, means no law was violated. A private company can do whatever the fuck they want. If a cop shows up at your restaurant and says, that guy's a bank robber and we've got to take him down, you might want to ask him to leave the restaurant so that if he does anything shitty, he does it outside where we can handle it, or we can take him down in here because he's wanted for, for bank robbery and murder. The restaurant owner or the host or whoever's there has every right to say, no, you guys fucking do what you want. I'm not going to ask him to leave. Or, that's my cousin. I'm going to hide him in the back. Okay, we'll arrest you too. Or I'll send him out. That's up to them. That is not government control. They even use the word may and request in these. It's so fucking dumb.
Expression. The definition of suppress is to forcefully withhold information. I think that's a huge problem, and we've got.
Right. There was no force used. None. No, literally. Even materially, this is in a digital format, but the FBI, the federal government didn't force Twitter to do anything. These were all requests, both from the Trump administration and the Biden administration and the FBI across the board, unless this guy, which he may be arguing, like everybody else in this panel, that Twitter should post all the child porn and revenge porn and human trafficking sales posts and tweets that come up without removing them until the FBI either forces them to, because freedom, or I guess pays them to. These are our options.
Got to address it.
Yeah, I mean, and he also, this reporter's wig, he also reported that the Trump administration, again, this is both, tried to curb panic buying content on social media in the early days of the pandemic, which I guess you can understand because,
yeah, if it's Trump, you can understand.
Going back to March 2020, the entire world was in a panic. So,
was it? Maybe it was because of who was in charge, and everybody's like, oh man, we're fucked.
Fair enough. But again, Twitter listened to both sides of this.
Right. And sometimes they didn't.
They listened to both administrations.
They did. And I'm someone that used to be in emergency management, so I understand pandemic planning. And one of the number one rules in emergency management is that you want to do the least disruption possible in society, yet they did maximum disruption and tried to...
The fuck they did? Maximum disruption? Have you seen what's been going on in China? Asking a social media platform to limit fake posts that you, by the way, know come from foreign actors who want more Americans dead and artificially boost the ones inside the country that do, by the same way they kind of like pay domestic terrorists to act on their impulses.
To squelch any talk or any debate about the issues. And that's part of the problem. You had the public health sector.
No, you didn't. There was lots of debate. I mean, how many times did you guys go back and forth about hydroxychloroquine and what the president was saying and people all over Twitter and the like? The difference was doctors lying and coming out and saying, because they were pro-Trumpy, that you don't need a vaccine. You could treat this with this bullshit. And they have absolutely no science to base that on and would have gotten lots of people killed. And again, even still, Twitter took some of them down, didn't take others down. You know why? Because there was no force, there was no coercion. They had every right as a private company to make their own decisions. And they did.
During the CDC that was driving this without any input from other stakeholders in all other sectors of our government and our economy and within the critical infrastructure. And it really shows that the government and the big tech, the blurring of the lines, where they're merged.
No, it doesn't. Again, these are, blurring of the lines. I've heard that phrase so many fucking times repeated around the right-wing version of this story that it's just like somebody saying at the end of the day.
It's one almost.
But you know what, Jonathan? This is different now. I mean,
it's totally different because it's Biden and that makes it worse.
The one thing that
and we're open, which is terrible.
I've brought up on the show before is that with regards to Twitter, at the time this was all happening, Twitter was a publicly traded company.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And now they're private under Elon Musk. But the question remains, are they going to be open to shareholder lawsuits because of the Twitter files? And this is version 9 of the Twitter files we got over there.
Asshole, the share... Twitter didn't lose share because of doing this. Even the discovery during this, it doesn't affect the cost of shares. He bought them at a higher price than they were fucking worth. What are you talking about? Of course, she's on Fox Business. So this is the quality of business advice and infotainment that you get on Fox Business. Do you think the investors in Twitter, after some asshat paid more for Twitter than it was worth, have a lawsuit to file against him because the price should have been lower?
For the weekend.
Absolutely. I think there's definitely a certain possibility of that.
Great. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for, a certain possibility. Way to be definitive.
It's sort of a gray area at this point.
Yeah, well, we understand. Bring it up.
The other question kind of raised by this, by implication, is how far does this go? How long has this suppression been ongoing? We know about the former President Donald Trump's Twitter account being suspended. We know that countless other conservatives have had their Twitter account suspended. So how long has this suppression been ongoing? I think.
Well, first of all, citation needed that it was suppression. If you violate the terms of service, you get booted. Doesn't matter. I have plenty of left-leaning friends who have been put in Twitmo, for fuck's sake. People got ghosted and like visually filtered and bounced all the fucking time because they violated the terms of service, not because of their belief systems. It's like Ben Shapiro has never been kicked off the platform. He's never been suspended. Why? Because he chooses his language carefully. That's it. It's why the fucking Iranian government manages to keep their account, but Trump got kicked off. Because all things aren't equal, it's behavior.
That's one of the deeper questions.
Right. And it's not...
No, it isn't. It's a shallow, stupid, fucking question that you already know the answer to. But the whole goal of this is to pretend that there's a mystery here. Something's going on, and I don't think we know the whole story. You know why? Because this asshole is doling out information that he thinks supports his case and hiding the rest.
This is a broader conversation, and we've got 3 hours to talk about it, gentlemen. So that's good. But, the broader...
No, we really don't. This is a 4-minute and 51-second clip that you made, and there's 20 seconds left. Psst, wrap it up.
Our conversation here is it's not just Twitter. We're talking Facebook. We're talking things going on with Instagram. We're talking about, social media in general. And should this all be a free platform? Should we have the debate in the public on Twitter?
Yeah, shouldn't we have all the snuff films and child porn and drug sales and all the stuff that would readily appear on all of these platforms without all this pesky moderation?
Or on other social media platforms and not have the government involved? And I think that's a great question.
No. Again, first of all, crimes are crimes. I joke around about the child trafficking and all that kind of stuff, but if Twitter participated in any of that stuff or allowed it to sit up on the platform and said, nope, Section 230 protects us, so we just let it sit and let them make money off of it, and it brings traffic, so we don't really care, that would be a violation of the law. And what this lady is trying to tell you is that if any of Chris Hansen's arrestees over the years decided to set up shop on Twitter, she's cool with it.
We're going to get into today.
No, you're not, because you're out of time. That's the tail end of it. Hi, you're watching House Parks Megawordlwide. I'm on my fifth hour today. It's nice to hang out with you guys. Normally I have 5 hours on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but they're split up. But since I filled in for Joan Esposito, thanks guys for jumping in here. And again, GMB, thank you so much for the super chat. Kenneth, thank you. He says, Hal, thank you for speaking out against these faux Christians who neither speak nor act like Jesus. God bless you and keep up your amazing work. Thank you for all you do. Thanks, Kenneth. You will always see me defending the true meaning of these words because I find their hypocrisy horrifying. One of the most cruel forms of religious hypocrisy that I personally experience with my own eyes. So thank you for appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Now, can we take a little trip to Loserville? Come on down. Let's go. And I don't mean Louisville, Kentucky, the way people from Lexington talk about it, Rex. It's Lahooserville, where the Lahoos live. And the biggest Lahooser is the queen of the Vaseline camera lens, Carrie Lake, who says that the reason, according to this, that Katie Hobbs didn't do public debates with her were not because she was gross and misinformed and a Trumpite that would say bigoted crap and she didn't want to honor her with a stage, like Trump did with Kim Jong-un, I suppose, but because she was always going to steal it. Or that she always knew it was hers to lose, and hanging out with losers is contagious. Maybe that's why. We'll see. This is Carrie Lake on Real America's Voice with Steve Bannon in the War Room.
We've asked Carrie Lake to come on.
By the way, nobody asked Carrie Lake to come on. She asked to come on, and you said yes. Also, can we put her filter on him? Is that too much to ask?
We had Todd Bensman on. It looks like reports are coming out that Title 42 may be lifted tonight. In fact, the Biden regime on Friday night.
Administration.
Late. When so much of the topic of conversation was your lawsuit. Yes. In this obvious.
He's looking at Carrie Lake. Jeez.
Stolen election in Arizona.
No, it wasn't stolen at all. She lost fair and square, like the loser that she is.
They dumped,
just like Blake Masters, also a loser.
On Friday night late, that November was the worst month I think in the history of the country as far as the illegal invasion of our country.
Yeah. First of all, nobody ever said that. And what the fuck are you talking about? Also, repeat crossings. I've said it before. Title 42 creates repeat crossings. People come again and again and again. And so it stacks up. And the belief that it was going to be lifted is when people tried to sneak through one last time. People who tried multiple times. They were like, try, if I can get through, I'll try, because if I can get through right when the Title 42 thing happens, maybe I can stick around. And I don't know where the fuck they got that idea from.
With over, I think, 200,000 more and 150,000 or 75,000 to 100,000 getaways. So just horrific numbers, which October, November combined.
75,000 processed, 120 to 200,000 return hits. But call it, you know what? Every one person is 5 people. Just call it that.
Or worse than actually a year. What is your sense in the great state of Arizona is what's going to happen, whether it's tonight the Supreme Court does it or tomorrow night or in the next couple of days? What is going to happen to the great state of Arizona?
Yeah, it might, if with all these immigrants coming across, you guys might need, I don't know, 3 cities.
When the Title 42 is lifted and remain in Mexico is not enforced, ma'am?
I don't know. What was it like before we had Title 42, stupid? What was it like during the Obama administration? Wasn't quite that problem, was it? We still processed asylum seekers because we're decent human beings. And oddly enough, the numbers were down. Again, I blame the wall.
Oh, the floodgates are going to open up. I mean, we know.
No, they aren't. Single people will be processed as opposed to trying 3 times and inflating the numbers.
Know how bad it is here because we're suffering.
Are you suffering? You look like you're suffering. He looks like he's suffering. We're all suffering.
Under Joe Biden's policies and a lack of leadership here in Arizona to take control of the border, which we have a right to do under the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 10. But we don't have anybody in our government who's willing to do that and protect the.
Nobody. That's why they added $6 billion to the DHS and CBP budgets this year and added an extra $400 million to process asylum seekers so that they could either be accepted or rejected. Nobody cares.
People.
Nobody's even trying. Guys, can we just wall off Arizona since we don't give a shit, I guess?
We're going to see the floodgates open wide up.
Floodgates. Full of, what's the dam holding back? Women and children?
We're going to open wide, and we're going to see people
Yummy.
pour in like we've never seen before.
Like we've never seen before. And if we don't, it's because they're hiding them, and they're sneaking them in, and they're taking them to Long Island for Catholic Charities to hide them, which, you know, Catholic, we all know that because of Santos, Catholic Charities are all Jewish.
And watch as we watch the drug addiction and the drug overdoses go even higher.
Why would Title 42 affect the actual drug seizures? If you're being processed as an asylum seeker, I'm guessing you're not sitting on a duffel bag full of fentanyl.
You talked about the numbers, Steve, that you just got. November was the worst month. Wait until we see the new numbers on fentanyl overdoses, which is taking out a generation of young people. That's going to skyrocket.
Why?
Cartels control Arizona.
The cartels control Arizona. Huh. Is that... Do they know how to run superconductor factories?
Voters went to the ballot box in November because they're fed up. And the only way to...
That's a good point. Aaron there says, why does Title 42 matter? They said the border is open. How can it be more open? Exactly. How can you be more open than wide open? It's going to be the floodgates. So what is holding them back if the border is open?
Stop me from stopping the cartels was to steal an election. It's all intertwined.
Yes, Katie Hobbs really wanted to be governor of Arizona so she could oversee the overdose deaths of more Arizonans. That's really what she was running for. Does anybody think that anyone has a vested interest in just what? Do they think that only rednecks use fentanyl, and so they've got this kind of paranoid idea that the cartels, the Democrats are just killing white trash? Is that the theory?
And we're going to watch crime go through the roof, even higher than it is.
Well, it come down through the roof, I think. You know, apparently that And not to mention that dude in the big red suit who snuck in everybody's house. Trespassing.
We're going to watch people literally in shock when they see what happens to this great state of Arizona.
Literally in shock. People are going to need blankets and oxygen when they see what happens to Arizona after Title 42, which we didn't have before, but somehow if we end it, won't go back to the numbers before, it'll... All right.
Arizona, if they think it's bad...
So fucking stupid.
Now, with the southern invasion at our border, it's going to get only worse here in...
Yeah, it has to. If it doesn't get worse, what are you going to do then? I mean, this is all wishful thinking.
Real short order, like within, I think, 24 hours of them...
Yeah, as soon as they lift it, it's just going to be a stamp fucking pee.
Lifting this, we'll see big changes.
I want to make sure the global audience that watches the show understands something.
Yeah, there's no global audience. I mean, you have a lot of... When you pay, watch farms in India and Macedonia, that's not a global audience. Nobody's looking at those phones and iPads and whatever else and computers that they have up there. There's just somebody tapping the button to hit play.
Something with Carrie Lake. I mean, with Katie Hobbs.
Whatever her name is.
Katie Hobbs is running, and one of the people on her ticket was actually a lawyer for the cartel, right? Who ran for Secretary of State, who would be managing the elections in the future. Was a lawyer for the cartels. Your message was.
He was what was he fighting for? The legalization of fentanyl in baby formula?
So powerful that Abbott immediately said, "Oh, I'm going to declare invasion on the southern border too. I'm going to declare invasion on the southern border." And Ducey started putting back up the Mack trucks down the border. He was so humiliated.
They're not Mack trucks. They're shipping
By
containers.
what you did. Is there any doubt in your mind that Katie Hobbs is by far the most radical person ever to seek office?
Yeah, totally. Katie Hobbs is. I mean, Kristen Sinema ain't got shit on Katie Hobbs. I mean, she just basically wants drag queens to administer fentanyl to children during story hour while they get their genitals cut off. It's the craziest thing, and yet it's what the people of Arizona voted for, I guess.
In the United States, high office about the sovereignty of the
high office, it's the governorship of Arizona. Calm the fuck down.
Country and the sovereignty of the states that she would purport to lead, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, she's more radical than Gavin Newsom. And she's more...
What? That's not possible. Gavin Newsom? Have you seen that guy? He's like Justin Trudeau dressed as an elf. This is terrible. More than Gavin Newsom? You mean the governor of the 6th largest economy on planet Earth? Never mind.
More dangerous because I don't think she's got a high IQ. I don't think she even realizes what the heck.
Well, then how can she be a radical if she doesn't realize the damage she's done? The whole point of being a radical is that you have decided this is the best path forward, and you've worked it out, and it might be crazy, but you're not doing it because like, oh, this is nice. This is seriously wandering around. Why don't we? Is this Arizona? Am I in Arizona? I'm in Arizona.
What's going on the border? And she has no policy to change it. Her policy is to pour more money in down there to help bring in more people and deal with the crowds of people coming over. Right?
What? Why would you deal with the crowds of people coming over? What do you mean, like play cards?
Rather than stop it?
Rather than stop. I mean, yeah. Why can't we just open fire on them? I think is what Carrie Lake is asking. Why do we want lawyers down there dealing with asylum seekers when we could just have snipers in a moat?
Turn people around and say, do not enter. We're taking back control of the border. She is going to be a controlled...
Well, because asylum seekers are different than economic migrants, and you have to figure out who's who.
Somebody who's in office who is controlled by people above her, and they're going
Oh, well, then how could she be a radical if she's just a marionette?
to be calling the shots. She will be a puppet. And she has zero plans. She wouldn't even appear on a debate stage and respect the people of the state enough to tell them what her plans are.
Or she respected them enough not to platform you, is the theory.
It's despicable. And this is the reason they had to steal the election.
I love how he still calls her Arizona governor candidate. That ship has sailed.
They had to rig the election in broad daylight. They didn't care, Steve.
Well, yeah, you don't rig an election at night. It all happens. The polls close by then.
how obvious it was. They didn't care that people who were standing in line could see right before their eyes that this election was being stolen.
Those people's votes got counted.
That is how dangerous I am to their plan to keep this state run by the cartels.
I had no idea. I've been going to Arizona for years, and I had no idea that it was basically like a part and parcel satellite country of cartels from Mexico.
Any level, they had to make sure that I could not win so that they could continue with their assault on the people of Arizona with a wide open border, with the
Again, if you see somebody on television or on the internet saying the border's open, they're a Republican.
cartels in control, pushing drugs across, trafficking people.
What? Don't you drag them? I forget. Well, how are these people doing it? They don't carry them in big baskets over their head?
Trafficking children. It is absolutely appalling. And
to whom? Who are they trafficking these children to? Why is it such a problem in Arizona? Why is Arizona apparently purchasing a lot of children? Maybe that's how you handle it. Maybe you can't traffic children if someone isn't buying, right? Maybe handle that part. Here's a good idea. Run for sheriff of some shit-ass border town and I guess arrest all the guys who are trying to buy children at the border.
this state is going to go to hell in a handbasket if Katie Hobbs is allowed to take control.
By the way, all of these problems, she's saying that it is run by the cartels and that there's all this trafficking going on. That's under Republican rule and has been for years.
This is also why she's now calling for sanctions on you. You've contested this election and really a very...
Well, court sanctions. You're wasting everyone's time.
Tightly argued case, which I think has huge grounds for appeal, and they took out...
Yes, it has huge grounds for appeal. Why would you have to appeal it? Oh, because you lost already.
The signature verification, which is probably the biggest aspect of it.
If they did signature verification, first of all, they do have it. Secondly, if they did it on all the Republican voters down there, they would balk.
He's calling now for sanctions on you personally, right? To shut down your voice?
Yeah, she's trying to take away her filter.
I'm just looking through. It's almost comical. I mean, I if I didn't laugh...
It's comical for us.
I'd probably pull my hair out because of the insanity of what they did on Election Day to sabotage our sacred vote. And now...
Oh my God, they sabotaged... How did they do that? Oh, by counting your votes and her votes, and she had more.
Now they're trying to sanction me to pay for their lawyers. This is outrageous.
Right, because you lost.
The judge, by the mere fact that he allowed this case to go forward, he looked at our lawsuit, he allowed 2 of the counts to go forward, shows that it had merit.
No. He took you at your word that it had merit, and then it turned out to be bullshit. You didn't have anything to back it up. Your experts were full of shit. Your briefs that moved those 2 forward for consideration turned out to be full of lies.
Hobbs has absolutely no respect for the law.
Says the lady filing frivolous lawsuits over an election she clearly lost.
I can't even believe that she didn't recuse herself from this botched election.
Yes, talk to me about Kemp and Abrams, and we'll get back to you.
And I now see why. She didn't even...
She did say outrageous, that's right. Outrageous!
Campaign, she didn't debate, she hid from people, hid in her basement, had no...
Well, it worked for Biden, and apparently that's the easiest way to beat you assholes.
...policy because she knew that she could rig the election and walk into office. And I'm telling you what, Steve, if we don't get serious...
In a Republican state. She just knew it.
...serious about turning our elections around and restoring order and reforming them, we're not going to have a country much longer. You said we're...
Well, but you're stealing Trump's lines. Also, by the way, what happens if we do? I'm just floating this idea. What happens if middle of next summer, for example, there's like football and basketball and conventions and shit happening in Phoenix and Tempe, and Arizona still exists as a state, and steps have been taken to limit fentanyl crossing the border, and the crowds that were once gathered there have been processed, and therefore and a good portion of them returned to their home countries or told to seek asylum in Mexico because they passed through, or Guatemala or whatever country they passed through in Central America before they got up here, because you can get rejected on an asylum, on adjudicating your asylum claim if you've passed through another country and you didn't ask then, or if they don't have a record of you doing it. What happens then? What happens to Kari Lake's stupid fucking end of the world argument, just like Donald Trump, where, this country, it went through a lot during COVID. And even in its recovery, Christmas this year has been busy and a lot of money was spent. Even with all the, this people are, isn't that right? Dinesh, people don't have anything. Not that these people give a fuck about people who are broke, but at what point, what happens when that goes away? What happens when their predictions don't come true? Is it, or just more Trump? It's right around the corner. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. Even if it never does. I guess you can always sell doom.
For 45 seconds to midnight, when it comes to our country, that's exactly where we are.
We're 45 seconds to midnight. Idiot. This video is 4 minutes longer. If we're 45 seconds to midnight, the lights better go out at that studio and here in a minute and a half.
If we have rigged elections. And the fact that they want to...
If we have rigged elections. We don't, so never mind.
Say I had no
We're fine.
merit with this lawsuit. I am standing up for the people of this state.
No, you stood as a candidate and you lost.
People who were done wrong on election day.
They was done wrong. They had another done me wrong day.
And the millions of people who live outside of Maricopa County, whose vote was watered down by this bogus...
By the volume of other people? You mean the people who were outnumbered?
This election in Maricopa County. The people of Arizona want me to stand up for them. And
look, you can't win the counties with 35 fucking people in them and then say that Phoenix and Tempe don't matter to the state.
And get some answers as to what happened in our election.
I know. You lost. Goodbye.
We really should have our elected officials doing that.
Yes, like Katie Hobbs, you mean? Ouch.
Where is the governor? Why is he not standing up?
Well, because you just said the cartels run the state he's been in charge of, and that all the problems you're talking about that are currently happening, human trafficking and all that stuff, you do realize that Katie Hobbs isn't sworn in yet. It's a fucking Republican running the place. Maybe he's just tired of your shit.
Where are all these elected officials? Why are they not standing up to the way...
Because they tried to help Trump cheat and win the election, and they didn't work hard enough, and he still lost, and they'd rather not get busted for the crime of tampering with an election, so they're just basically saying we don't want to look. Because if we look, we're going to see that that Trump bought a bunch of Arizona votes, just like you did, and if you'd have won, you figure nobody would have looked, or it would have been too late. But you can't. Do you think she's getting the point? No. Okay.
These elections are run, where they're changing the ballot on election day to sabotage our vote.
Yeah,
it's outrageous, and
they changing the ballot on election day to sabotage it. Why? Because your voters are too stupid to check the right box? Holy shit! How about all the stuff we've heard about Democratic voters for years? If they're too dumb to hanging chads and blah blah blah, they don't deserve to run things. If that's the intellectual capacity of the Kari Lake voter, why should they be picking the leader of the state then?
I won't stop. If they think this will make me stop, they're wrong.
Nobody thinks this will make you stop. They just don't give a fuck.
Maricopa County, it's a global situation.
It totally is. We're all in Maricopa County now. You mean that Republican-run county?
Just ask the 40,000 dead women and children in Ukraine and the people taking the incoming shelling today in eastern Ukraine. Ask
Right.
the people in Taiwan.
In eastern Ukraine. So the Ukraine is the bad guy. Interesting. Now he's going to Taiwan.
In the South China Sea. Ask them right now how important Maricopa County was to changing the direction of this country. Ask.
Not at all. And also, you do realize the Biden administration is tougher on China and more supportive of Taiwan than any president in the last fucking, the last 12?
The people in the Rio Grande Valley or the people in New York City where the mayor's asking for $1 billion bailout. Where do we stand right now in the process?
Post-COVID? What the fuck are you talking about?
Walk our audience through. What you say you're not going to give up?
No. She's definitely not going to give up on this filter.
How does that
Really
manifest itself today?
Well, really quickly, what you just said, all of these things are interconnected. And when
They so are. I mean, she's basically the queen of Donbass now.
we have rigged elections, Steve,
No, we don't.
this is the result.
No, you lost.
We're on the verge of a world war.
No.
We've got inflation that's out of control. We have a
No, it was out of control. Now it's coming under control. You got to move on from these talking points, lady.
border that's wide open.
No, it isn't. And by the way, if the Arizona border is wide open, why is the Republican governor not to blame? Why is he going down there and opening all the gates and letting everyone through? Why is he calling off federal Customs and Border Patrol and telling them not to police the Arizona border? Why? I think we need to call him and figure it out.
Shockingly wide open, about to get worse.
Okay, how can it be shockingly wide open and get worse than that? Is the Earth's magnetic field going to tilt and we're going to go like this and then just all the migrants are just going to fall because gravity will pull them in?
We've got drugs falling into our children's hands.
That's the worst, is when the cartels get clumsy.
We have outrageous things being taught to
Outrageous! Okay, now we know she's a liar and she's aware that she's lying.
our children in school. This is the result of stolen elections. It started even before 2020. We've got
Well, sure. I mean, obviously, if you think Trump stole 2016, I mean, let's have a conversation.
to get control of our elections. We're going to appeal this. We've sent our response.
You, to quote Groucho Marx, I can't imagine you appealing to anyone.
When it comes to the sanction, we've sent our response over to the judge. And
What'd you do? Would you trace your middle finger on a piece of paper? She actually, how use a filter to make this go easier? Okay, I'll see what I can do. Let's see. What do we got? Hold on. We'll need to go. Let's see. There we go. Hi. As a Carrie Lake voter, I want you to be aware that I felt cheated. And why is Maricopa County going to do it?
And we think that we had absolute merit with this
Absolute merit. You shouldn't have been kicked out of town.
lawsuit, and we're going to appeal it and take it
You appeal to me
even higher, because
that's
believe that if we can even get some of these other counts. You mentioned the signature verification.
Yeah, he did. He mentioned that.
If the good people of Arizona
you mean the people who voted for Katie Hobbs?
saw what constituted a fair signature on these mail-in ballots, I
Yeah, they don't get to look at everyone's, but everybody.
guarantee you, they would stand up and say, no more mail-in ballots. It is outrageous.
Outrageous! Fuck, man. These guys constantly... By the way, that's one of our marker words for politicians. The minute they start saying outrageous, they know that they are lying, and they know that they are lying to you.
They let go through as a real signature. Nobody in their right mind, if you were blind in one eye and half blind in the other.
But enough about John Paul McIsaac. Ouch! Why would you do that? What the... blind in one eye and half blind in the other? The fuck does that have to do with anything?
You would not have approved these signatures, and they're...
Well, you wouldn't have been legally able to. I don't know much about signature verification. But I do know that we don't have visually challenged people doing that. There are other tasks that they are better suited for.
Letting them go through by the tens of thousands.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have even been within striking distance of Katie Hobbs if they didn't.
As far as the process goes, are you
there is none
going to appeal this week? Because I think the inauguration
Yes.
would be next week. So
yeah, you're a little late.
But you're going to appeal this week?
Oh yes, it's totally going to happen. It's real. This is totally real.
Appealing this week. As a matter of fact, right before I came on, I was on the phone with my attorney. I'm going to call him as soon as I'm done here. And
Yes, so you probably shouldn't have taken a break in the middle of this to talk to Steve Bannon, which would have zero impact on any of this actually moving forward. Well, I guess it's all PR anyway, so who gives a shit?
We're going to work through our appeal plan.
It's an appeal plan. Let's see it. Give us your 3 main points of your appeal plan.
This is a shortened window. That's why
it certainly is.
The trial came on so quickly, and we only had 2 days to prove our case.
Because you didn't have one, it must have been very difficult.
We had hundreds. We had 1,000 documents for the judge to go over, hundreds of pages for him to look through.
Yes, and all of it opinion.
He told us he was going to look through those before he made his ruling.
And then he glanced at it and went, oh, this has nothing to do with what actually happened. This is their legal expert's book in manuscript form.
All kinds of witnesses who worked with MCTEC.
Right. See what I mean? It's just people going, that's not even possible that Arizona wouldn't elect Carrie Lake. She's amazing. That just makes no sense. Statistically, it's impossible they chose the other lady.
Talked about a lack of chain of custody.
Yes, again, this is just the bullshit where they're trying to get all mail-in and early voting thrown out.
Talked about a lack of signature verification.
Talk about a lack of clarity in a lens.
We have so much evidence in this case.
You have none.
We wish we could have presented it to...
Yes, I wish you could have presented it too, but instead you presented the opinion papers of these assholes who have been bouncing around from election fraud to election fraud case with Rudy Giuliani and these other assholes losing everywhere.
Show the whole world in court, but we only had 5 hours to make our case, which is very unfortunate.
Well, it shouldn't take that long if you have actual evidence instead of the statistical probability of how popular I am.
For the people of Arizona.
Carrie, how do people get to you on social media? And how?
Okay, this is just, and he just ends it this way. Oh, God, it's so tiresome. I'm so bored with these people already. She's still doing this, though. They'll appeal. It will go nowhere. It's a waste of fucking time. It's hilarious. Goodbye. Can we jump to something else really quick and show you this? Okay. Meanwhile, on the other side of the very same coin, on Fox Business, don't let the Chiron fool you. Santos says he's not a criminal after expose. Look at this. Schlapp warns of socialist grip on U.S. if GOP doesn't adapt to early voting. Now, where in the world, so stupid. Who talked Republicans out of voting early? And who's currently still fucking doing it? Carrie Lake is literally over there on like pushing the shit on Bannon show, watched by a lot more of the like primary faithful in the Republican Party than what's happening on fucking Fox Business. It has Matt Schlapp on. Let's see if Matt Schlapp in 3 minutes can make the case.
Let's bring in Matt Schlapp now to
Yeah, it's a mistake, but I understand you have
talk
to.
about it. Okay, Matt. Who on earth in their right mind in this day and age where everything can be checked would kind of fudge the old resume there? Should Santos...
Oh, he's talking about Santos.
...resign? What are your thoughts?
Of course not. No, he should... lying is as American as apple sausage.
Well, we have precedent for this. We have Elizabeth Warren is in the United States Senate.
Yeah, but she didn't lie about any of her credentials, and she wasn't lying about her Native American heritage. It was just smaller than her family had said. She also didn't change her name in the process to hide the fact that she was tied to a Ponzi scheme like Santos did.
She famously embellished her background of being a Native American. We have Joe.
Did she say she was a proud American Jew when she full on knew she was not?
Joe Biden, who ran for president in 1988 and famously embellished the fact
and lost and learned his lesson. Maybe Santos should have lost and learned his lesson. Tell you what, if he wants to come back in 20 years and run again, awesome.
That he got a scholarship to go to law school and he finished at the top of his class and got awards, and all that turned out to be untrue, and he had to quit the presidential race.
Right. Yeah. Cleaned up his mess, learned his lesson. That's how life works. Imagine if he'd have just been rewarded with the seat. Perhaps you're making an argument for why Santos should not be seated right now.
Because he lied about his resume. So lying about your resume is wrong. It was wrong of George Santos to do that.
But he should keep his seat, and he shouldn't have to drop out at all like Biden did.
I think it was smart of him to at least acknowledge the fact that he was, that he had these lies that he put.
Oh, you mean after the expose? I think it was smart for him to acknowledge the truth that he could not escape.
Put out there on the campaign trail. But here's the real question, Ashley.
Yeah, let's do it. What's the real question?
In a republic like ours, who gets to make the choice? Is it the voters who just sent him to Congress with something like an 8 percentage point victory?
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, if they want to vote for a liar, they vote for a liar. That's America. I mean, how is Trump going to run again and schlaps one of his biggest supporters if people can't vote for somebody they know is completely and blazingly full of shit?
Some of this was swirling in his campaign. His Democratic opponent isn't questioning the outcome of the result, or do the smart set in D.C. and Congress get to override the will of the voters? It seems.
Or again, these are the same people, by the way, who want you to believe that 17% of Biden voters, if they'd have known about the Hunter Biden laptop, which I don't know how the fuck they wouldn't have, they would not have voted for Biden. And that was rigging the election. But for scale, how the fuck is this different then by that standard? Do you think his constituents or the people who are voting for him, if they'd have known how much he had lied, they might want to change their mind? Again, this didn't come out during the primary, so he was able to make it through the general, unlike Biden back in the 80s.
Seems to me that people that believe in democracy should say, look, we elect all kinds of people to Congress, the voters decide, he'll be up.
And if we can't elect absolute liars, there'll never be another Republican representing this district ever again.
For re-election again in 2 years, or the voters can recall him. But that's the real question. Do the voters...
Right, and that's where it is. Or the voters can recall him. That's where it's going to gain ground, because there's enough Zimmerman voters who will be able to sign a petition to recall this asshole, and it's embarrassing for the entire district.
Decide, or the people in Congress decide?
What a shitty argument. He didn't even want to be there to meet it, like to make this argument. It's like, yeah. Can we talk about something else?
All right, we'll move on from that, Matt.
Yeah, thank God.
So I want to get into this issue because I find it interesting. Republican leaders urging their base to be less skeptical of early and mail-in voting after...
after some asshole said that it's not trustworthy.
Their, losses during the midterms. You know, Matt, they relied heavily on in-person voting, and you could argue it backfired. Do you
you could.
Think this is a good strategy? More emphasis...
It's not a strategy. It's a panic attack.
...is on early voting.
You know, Ashley, I've done a lot of work in elections, so has my wife, Mercy, and... The fact is this, the Democrat Party is wired to succeed better when you ballot harvest and essentially vote for other people, because...
You mean vote for Democrats? Yeah, that's what they tend to do. You know, Democrats tend to vote for Democrats.
Republicans just don't like that. They think it's immoral. They don't like that piece. But
we've done lots of immoral things, and so we should embrace this immorality. I mean, we just got Santos in, and he probably had some early votes.
We got to follow these laws, even in blue states, to the hilt, and we have to do what they do. So we shouldn't be...
Okay, by the way, the Democrats don't ballot harvest. They're going to take this as let's go ballot harvest. They're also going to run into this thing where Trump made them believe that people were voting twice, so his supporters were voting twice. They were committing felonies.
Encouraging people to vote early, because look what happened in Arizona. If you wait till election day always to vote, when you have 30% of the machines down in Maricopa County, a lot of thousands of people in Arizona couldn't vote. So,
no, not at all true. They all voted. Their votes just weren't tabulated from that machine right there. They all fucking voted. That is just a blatant, provable, and ridiculous lie. I don't know why the fuck they think they can get away with it. Now, if Kari Lake supporters said the tabulating machine is working and I'm not going to put it in that slot, and they walk the fuck off because they're paranoid assholes, that's their fault and her fault. But they voted. They voted by going, I'm not doing this. That in and of itself is a vote. What if they made that decision at home? Is it the Democratic voters' responsibility? Nobody in those situations was denied their vote. All of them were counted. Tabulation machines affected Republicans and Democrats alike. Not everybody in that line was voting for fucking Kari Lake. There was no way to isolate that out. And even in the counties where it leans Republican, there were small lines and people got right through. There is literally no material evidence, and this is why her case got thrown out, that the line affected one side more than the other in these highly populated areas. And their votes absolutely got counted.
This happens when you wait till election day. Sometimes things come up like travel or something else that you...
Okay, that's not anybody else's fault. Like travel. Travel comes up. It just comes up.
Can't control, so early...
Yeah, you can't control travel. Sometimes those planes have sky hooks on them, and you're just out mowing the lawn. You're like, I'm going to go vote later, and snatch, off you go.
Voting, there's a need for it, and Republicans need to have programs for ballot harvesting, for early voting, for everything the Democrats are doing.
Which are legal, or Matt Schlapp is telling Republicans to break the law. Right? Right? Isn't Matt Schlapp telling them to break the law? If what the Democrats are doing isn't legal, then he's just saying we just need to break the law too, even if the Democrats aren't in fact doing it.
Or, here's the problem, Ashley, the Republican Party, if it doesn't adapt, can it win at the national level? And if it can't...
No, it can't. Not only because they have a stupid get out the vote, I don't even call it a strategy. I don't think it exists as a strategy. But their candidates fucking suck. DeSantis is a dweeb. He's going to lose. Trump's own supporters are going to attack DeSantis. It's going to be hilarious. Start popping the popcorn now.
Can't win. We're going to see this country in the grips of socialism for...
Oh my God, the grips of socialism. And what he means by socialism is, I guess, roads and bridges and military spending and whatever the fuck. It's not socialism. What an asshole.
Forever and ever. So I'm willing to do...
Forever and ever. Because once socialism gets a grip on a country, it never gives it up. Don't pay any attention to Russia right now.
Do whatever it takes to get as many people to vote against socialism as possible.
Well, Democrats do that. They vote for democratic taxation policies. Asshole. And again, what do you mean vote against socialism? You mean Social Security? That bullshit almost cost Mike Lee his fucking seat.
Right.
Right, totally. Right. I mean, sure, why not?
Fight fire with fire, as they say.
That's a stupid idea. Fight fire with water, or in some cases, sand. You can pour dirt on it. That helps as well, especially if it's a grease fire.
Say, Matt Schlapp, thank you so much, Matt, for joining us this morning. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, he's glad to be here. I'm glad he's there. Ugh, God. Well, hey, kids, it's 8 minutes to the bottom of the hour, and I've been on for almost 5 hours. I'm going to rest my voice because I have 2 hours in the morning and then the afternoon show tomorrow, and I'm filling in for Joan Esposito tomorrow. I'm going to try and get Philip Ittner to join me in the afternoon for that show if it's not too late for him time-wise. But until then, I appreciate you guys for sticking around. Some of you hung in there till the bitter end. Man, oh, Shevitz. I knew Thanks, Adam. Hilarious. You did good? Awesome. Thanks, Stargal. I made it. I got through there. I want to say bye to the... Hold on. Let me bring up the chat. Where are you? Where are you, lovely chat people? Chatness. Where's the chat? Where did it go? Here we go. Hold on 1 second. So I can say bye to you guys proper. Bring this over here. And thank you guys. Go make dinner. I'm going to go eat as well. And have some bone broth on recommendation of the chat. It's a great idea. Twitch chat is the best chat, except for the YouTube chat and the Facebook chat, which are also awesome. Which chat would a chat would if a would chat could chat would. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Take care of yourself. Almost home. You're going to make it, Benny Loco. Drive safe. You'll be all right. I promise. You're almost there. Listen to a song on the last bit of the ride, but be safe. No matter what. And I adore you guys. Now I got to go check in on my mom and see if she got ultimately on her plane. Fingers crossed. Wish me luck. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys being here with me. I will see you in the morning for the regular show. It will be a 2-hour show tomorrow. Philip will be joining us for the second hour. We'll do our regular trends in the morning before he arrives. And if I can get him to come for the afternoon show, I will. That'll be awesome. Introduce him to the Joan Esposito drive time crowd in Chicago. Hopefully that'll work. And everybody else, take care of yourself and take care of somebody else. And love you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Real quick, everybody, my mom is home. She arrived. She finally made it. Her plane took off and landed, and she's back at home. Yay! So no need to worry, and love you guys, and okay, bye.